Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE. Go to k2visionrle.com and schedule a free Zoom consultation today. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Permanently.
So.
Being with us, a police officer in Philadelphia has overcome his fear of heights to prevent disaster. Officer Eric Robbins was on patrol among a block of two-story houses when he got a call from neighbors saying someone's child was out and walking on the pitched roof of a nearby home that meant a potential drop of about 20 to 30 feet. Gaining entry to the house, body cam footage shows him charging up the stairs to the second floor, climbing out a window, sneaking into position to avoid startling the little boy, then grabbing the child, who was wearing just a diaper and T-shirt. Robbins said he didn't think the boy noticed him until he secured the child. Robbins told ABC 6 that he instantly overcame his fear of heights. He says the incident hits home because it could have been his kid, and he would want someone to do the same. The family, completely shocked by the incident, wrote a letter to the department thanking Officer Robbins for his dedication. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Florida school shooting.
I saw everybody flooding out of the Union and everything. Probably like a couple hundred people were trying to get out of there.
Senator meets with deported migrant.
We need to make sure that the court system works.
Ending the Ukraine war.
We need to determine, in a matter of days, whether or not this is doable.
Good morning, I'm Peter King with the CBS World News Roundup. For this Florida State University student, it was an unwanted case of deja vu.
I saw belongings left behind, and unfortunately, due to my previous experience, I knew what that meant. And before I knew exactly what was going on, I just started to direct everybody into the back room to safety.
Stephanie Horowitz survived the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shootings in South Florida 7 years ago, only to see it happen again yesterday at FSU. She spoke with CBS Mornings. By the time it all ended, 2 people were dead, 6 injured. Police shot and wounded the accused gunman. CBS's Skylar Henry is in Tallahassee.
Holden Mendez said he was walking and listening to music when he heard shots ring out.
I hightailed it out of there, ran through the Union.
2 people, neither of them students, died. 6 others were hospitalized. Law enforcement identified the suspected shooter as 20-year-old FSU student Phoenix Eichner, the stepson of a Leon County Sheriff's Deputy, Jessica Eichner, who was named Employee of the Month last March. He allegedly used a handgun that was previously her service weapon.
I was in shock. I was like, I know this kid.
FSU sophomore Lainey Montgomery grew up in the same neighborhood as the gunman. They went to middle and high school together.
He was very isolated. He was just very odd. I don't believe he had many friends.
Now to the case of a Maryland man mistakenly deported to and imprisoned in El Salvador. Kilmar Abrego Garcia has no criminal record, but was caught up in ICE roundups of criminals and alleged criminal migrants. After being turned away at the prison, Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen has met with Garcia.
Our goal was very simple, to check on the health and well-being of Kilmar.
The Trump administration has defied court orders to bring him back to the U.S. A federal appeals court weighed in last night. Here's CBS's Scott McFarland.
The ruling said the government is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. Adding, this should be shocking not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear.
Another setback for Elon Musk's cost cutters. A federal judge in Baltimore has temporarily limited Doge's access to Social Security databases that have information on tens of millions of Americans. Labor unions and retirees have sued, saying that Doge's recent actions violate privacy laws and present massive information security risks. The injunction does allow Doge staff members access to redacted data if they've had proper training and background checks. On this Good Friday, observances in Jerusalem matching the solemnity of the day as Christians retrace the last steps of Jesus. Nathaniel Hargrave says he's thinking about that and the Gaza war.
To be here in the Holy Land, even while the war is on, it's still an incredibly moving experience. It was earlier this year that the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem called for Christians to come show their solidarity with Christians in the Holy Land, and that's why I'm here while there is a war going on.
Pope Francis has escaped to visit a prison, and in Rome, CBS's Chris Livesay says he's expected to be a part of Sunday's Easter observance.
It's unlikely he'll attend the traditional Way of the Cross later today, as he has on past Good Fridays at the Colosseum. But this Sunday is Easter, when popes make their Urbi et Orbi, an address to the city and the world. Some might argue it's a moment too important to miss.
CBS Money Watch correspondent Carissa Lawson tells us why hundreds of thousands of Casely phone chargers have been recalled.
Burn injuries triggered a massive recall of 429,000 wireless Casely PowerPod phone chargers. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says their lithium batteries can overheat and ignite. They were sold between March 2022 and September 2024. If you have one, you're urged to stop using it immediately.
It's 5 past the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says time is running out for Washington's involvement in a possible ceasefire in Ukraine.
If it can, we're prepared to do whatever we can to facilitate that and make sure that it happens, that it ends in a durable and just way. If it's not possible, if we're so far apart that this is not going to happen, then I think the president's probably at a point where he's going to say, well, we're done.
Rubio's been meeting with European leaders to discuss it in Paris, and while he says the UK, France, and Germany can help, he also says it's a matter of days, not weeks, for the Trump administration to make a decision on staying involved. In Belize, an American accused of hijacking a small airliner is dead after a fellow passenger shot and killed him. There were 14 people aboard. In Tel Aviv, the sirens went off, but Israel's military says it shot down a Houthi missile before it could hit anything or anyone. The Houthis claim a U.S. airstrike killed 38 people and injured more than 100 others at a Yemeni port held by the rebels. U.S. Central Command says the attack was meant to cut off the Houthis' fuel supply. Nearly 5 months after his arrest, Luigi Mangione has been indicted in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York. The federal charges come weeks after Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department will seek the death penalty, something Mangione's lawyers call a publicity stunt. They're celebrating what arguably was the beginning of what became the U.S. In Boston, here's WBZ's Jay Willett.
It's reenactments galore in and around Boston this weekend for the 250th anniversary of the start of the American Revolution. Lexington kicks things off with a reenactment of Paul Revere's Midnight Ride, alerting the colonies that the British were coming. Then at daybreak, actors playing Redcoats and Patriots fire off the shot heard round the world, the first gunfire of the war, though it's still not known who pulled the trigger. Later, soldiers march at dawn through Concord's North Bridge. The weekend finishes off with a reenactment of the Battle of Menominee in Arlington, where British troops retreat to Boston. Jay Willett for CBS News, Boston.
Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tomorrow marks 30 years since the Oklahoma City federal building bombing, which killed 168 people. Reporter Brad Gibson is there.
A mirror-like shallow pool reflects the sounds of water and surrounding trees at the National Memorial and Museum, the site of the deadliest domestic terror attack in U.S. history. Memorial visitor Jesse Adler.
Clearly, it's a very emotional experience. So finally getting to see it in person is just sort of, it's breathtaking in a different kind of way, I guess.
Thousands are expected Saturday with 168 seconds of silence for those lost by the bombing. Brad Gibson for CBS News, Oklahoma City.
Attorneys for hip-hop producer Sean Diddy Combs have asked a New York judge to delay his sex trafficking trial by 2 months so they can better prepare a defense. It's supposed to start May 5th. And that's the World News Roundup for Friday, April 18th. The broadcast produced this week by Paul Farry, Matt Cherry, and Dave Shapiro. I'm Peter King, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Seattle police are investigating a shooting in South Seattle. Officers responded to gunfire reports around 10:30 last night near 29th Avenue and South Genese Street. They found 31 shell casings and damage from bullets to several cars and townhomes. A 20-year-old man showed up to Harborview on his own with a gunshot wound to his leg. We will update you as we learn more. An Auburn wrestling coach is accused of sharing sexual messages with a 14-year-old on his team, convincing her to send pictures and videos. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss has details.
64-year-old Daniel Ralph Lee of Olympic Middle School is sitting in a King County jail on a list of sex crime charges. Investigators say he spent a week messaging the girl near the end of March before it was reported to the school. Many messages sexual in nature, including the mentioned images. The teen eventually told another teacher about the conversations. That teacher reported it up the proper chain, which led to Lee's arrest on Tuesday.
Another measles warning here in Washington. A visitor from Canada potentially exposed people while traveling through SeaTac. Public health doctors say the Canadian resident was at the airport while infectious on Sunday night, April 6th, and Monday morning, April 7th. The individual also stayed one night at the Comfort Suites next to the Family Fun Center in Tukwila. Public Health Seattle and King County say the person was likely exposed while traveling abroad. This is the 5th confirmed case of measles in our state so far this year. A former Sumner High School basketball coach has been sentenced for the next 4 decades in prison for sexually abusing 8 players. KIRO 7 TV was in court when one of Jacob Jackson's victims spoke before sentencing.
I live in constant skepticism and hypervigilance of my surroundings. Trust has become a concept that is not within my reach, altering the way I see the world and even the way I see myself.
Jackson was found guilty on 19 of the 20 counts he faced. A federal judge in Tacoma ordered the government to reinstate a University of Students' legal status, blocking ICE officials from arresting or deporting him until May 1st. According to the Seattle Times, the student John Doe is one of at least 4 international students in Washington who are challenging termination of their legal records in the U.S. The UW student is just 8 months away from earning his doctorate. The termination stems from an arrest for a suspected DUI in 2023 that he has not been convicted of. Without active records, a student loses access to work authorization and may be required to leave the country within 15 days. This comes as a Washington state challenge to President Trump's order ending birthright citizenship is heading to the U.S. Supreme Court. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch explains.
Washington led other states in filing suit to stop President Trump's order that would end the practice of granting babies born in the U.S. automatic citizenship regardless of their parents' status, as noted in the 14th Amendment. Attorney General Nick Brown.
If we want to make that policy change, then we should have a debate and not simply have a purported king signing executive orders.
A federal judge in Seattle and others have blocked Trump's executive order from taking effect. The U.S. Supreme Court will hear arguments on the matter May 15th. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
The Seattle Seawolves are getting a little more star power to their ownership group. Former Seahawks star Marshawn Lynch and former Husky Marcus Peters are joining the rugby organization as investors. Lynch already has a stake in the Kraken and the Oakland Roots Soccer Club. Peters played cornerback for University of Washington from 2011 to 2014 before playing in the NFL. And now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Roads are smooth this morning. Tacoma to Seattle about 28 minutes. Puyallup to Renton 18. Renton to Bellevue about 20. Everett to Seattle about 23 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we have a beautiful day ahead of us with lots of beautiful sunshine, high of 72. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. And coming up, News Nation host Leland Vitert weighs in on RFK Jr.'s comments on an uptick of autism diagnosis in children. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 12 months with no interest and no payments, or get 40% off qualifying installs. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
People matter isn't just a saying at Harnish Auto Family. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, they've built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. Visit HarnishAutoFamily.com to find your next car. Harnish Auto Family. People matter. Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at ualocal32.com. Again, that's ualocal32.com.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Well, there's new research that suggests that autism rates are increasing among U.S. children. And Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is calling it an epidemic.
Doctors and therapists in the past were not stupid. They weren't missing all these cases. The epidemic is real.
We're joined now by News Nation's Leland Vittert, the host of On Balance, which airs at 6 p.m. weeknights, a cable news anchor. But also, as you learned last week here on Seattle's Morning News, Leland was diagnosed with autism at a very young age. I wanted to talk to you, Leland, about this because given your own experience with an autism diagnosis, how do you navigate conversations like this?
I do know that when in America we have gone from 1 in 1,000 kids being diagnosed with this condition to 1 in 36, we should all want to know why. And I understand this argument, but we don't want to stigmatize autism. We should celebrate people who are living with it. We should help people who are living with it. It is, I've had people say, well, it's your superpower or whatever. Okay. Two things can be true at once. One, we should do everything to help people who are living with autism, whether it be severe autism or other forms on the spectrum, and give them the help they need. On the other hand, we should acknowledge it would be great if this wasn't an issue anymore. And I think that people say, well, we shouldn't stigmatize it. Well, I would love for my child to not have to worry about having autism. There is a genetic component. It's obviously something I've thought about. If we can understand environmental factors that make it more likely to occur or more severe occurrence of it and prevent that, why wouldn't we do that? And why wouldn't we be beating down the door to do it? And I just noticed in the scientific community, there's this enormous interest in telling Americans what it's not. It can't be the vaccine. Okay, well then what is it? Oh, we don't know. And we're not going to, we shouldn't worry about what it is. We should just worry about treating it. It's like if people were being born without arms, or people were being born, when cancer rates explode. Oh, we don't need to figure out why it's happening. Let's just focus on treating it. No, we need to do both.
You've been very open about your diagnosis at a young age. It was not even called autism then. You're out with a new book called Born Lucky, which we've talked about briefly. But just share your experience. It's called Born Lucky, I'm assuming, because you were lucky to have a dad who really helped you and let you explore the world and find your spot.
Well, I think a few things there. One, born very lucky, and you'll read in the book the story of why I was lucky to be alive at birth, thanks actually to my mother, not to my father, and our decision she made, and a really remarkable story there. So I hope you all read the book. It's bornluckybook.com to pre-order. The arc of the story is a father who said, I'm not going to let my son be defined by a diagnosis. And he didn't tell anyone. He didn't tell his brother. He didn't tell me. He didn't tell teachers, nobody. And it was a different time back then. But he said, the world is not going to adapt to my son, especially not as he gets older. I'm going to try my best to adapt my son to the world. And this story gives hope to every parent whose kid gets a diagnosis and they feel helpless and they feel hopeless, that there is hope, that with hard work, unyielding love, and really high standards, that there is hope that no kid has to be defined by this diagnosis or the limitations that exist.
Leland, what's cool about you is that we can have these open and honest conversations. These are questions I think a lot of people want to ask, but it's uncomfortable. And you being open about that is just, it's sensational. I appreciate that you're willing to do that.
Well, Charlie, thank you for the support. And look, I'm so lucky in so many ways, and to have a platform to be able to talk about this and to be able to champion parents and empower them to know that they can make a real difference. My father made a real difference. And this book isn't about me. It's about giving hope to so many parents who need it. There's a lot of parenting books by parents. There's not a lot written by kids. So this is a different journey.
Okay. That book is coming out in September, right?
Coming out in September. You can pre-order it now. Please do, to help us spread the word. It's bornluckybook.com.
Leland Vittert, cable news anchor every night on News Nation, joining us here on Seattle's Morning News. Leland, we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, sir.
For your KIRO News radio forecast, we have sunshine to start off our day, then a few clouds this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 70s right now. It's about 45 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden with a roundup of all the best events happening around Seattle this weekend. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
The economy is like a machine. You have two levers. You can push the lever forward, you can make money cheap, and then people buy and they invest. Then the economy really starts cooking. Well, it starts cooking so much inflation can come in there as well. You pull that lever back, and now you increase the cost to borrow, which slows the economy down, and it just basically puts the brakes on everything.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Access fees vary and not guaranteed.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com, k2visionrle.com.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains: a scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
Did you know that over the past
last 10 years, home values have increased the most during the first quarter of the year. So how much is your home worth right now? Check it out instantly at sellwithwest.com. Sure, there are other apps out there you can use, but most of them are national companies. If you want local expertise, someone who actually knows what's happening with the housing market in your neighborhood, there's no one more local than Wes Jones. If you're even thinking about making a move in 2025, go to sellwithwest.com, sellwithwest.com, and start by using their free home value calculator to see what your home is worth. It might be worth more than you think. You'll get so much more than just a number from Wes Jones. We're talking about recent sales in your neighborhood, the market temperature in your city, side-by-side comparisons of multiple online estimates. You can even calculate how much equity you have, and even a breakdown of how your home's value has changed over time. So here's what you have to do. Go to sellwithwest.com, type in your address, and bam, you'll have instant access to all of this and more. It's fast, easy, it's local. Sellwithwest.com, a better way to sell your home.
At Kia of Everett, we make the process of buying your new Kia as exciting as driving it home. The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
If you really want to do this correctly, then you get to enjoy every day of retirement like it's a Saturday. And if you don't, it's a Monday for the rest of your life.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth, Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM. Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Another school shooting with students forced to run for cover. 2 people were killed and 6 injured at Florida State University yesterday. Police say the alleged shooter is a Florida State student and the son of a sheriff's deputy. He was taken into custody after being shot by police. FSU student Lainey Montgomery says she went to middle and high school with the suspect.
He was very isolated. He was just very odd. I don't believe he had many friends.
Classes at the university are canceled for the rest of the week. In the wake of the tragic shooting, experts here in Washington are sharing what people need to know to protect themselves in that situation. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman has more.
Jim Fuda with Crime Stoppers shared this video about situational awareness addressing any sort of actor-shooter situation.
Any hiding place that cannot stop a bullet is known as concealment.
Fuda also shared several key tips, too. First, if you hear shots in the distance, run away from them if you feel safe enough to do so. Second, if you can't run, hide. Find any place of cover fast. And third, if you have to fight, know that it will be the fight of your life.
An Auburn wrestling coach behind bars arrested on suspicion of sex crimes involving a 14-year-old victim. 2 weeks ago, Auburn police got a tip about the 64-year-old suspect. 2 days ago, they arrested him, the victim, just a young teen. The suspect is being held on suspicion of committing 3 felony sex crimes, including possession, depictions of minors, and communicating with a minor for sex. Police are not sharing any more details beyond that in order to protect their case and the victim. Governor Bob Ferguson sent veto warning to his fellow Democrats and their new $12 billion tax proposal. KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich says it's budget writers scrambling just days before the session ends.
Governor Ferguson called the $12 billion package of new taxes introduced just Tuesday unsustainable and too risky in light of potential federal funding cuts from the Trump administration. It comes just 10 days before the end of the 105-day session and puts more than a half dozen new tax proposals in jeopardy and raises the possibility of a special session if the Democratic governor and the Democratic leadership that controls the House and Senate can't come to agreement. Federal funds make up more than 28% of the state budget. Matt Markovich, KIRO News Radio.
The Mariners rally late in Cincinnati, coming back in the 9th inning with back-to-back home runs by Cal Raleigh and
Randy Arozarena with a line shot home run. Back-to-backers by Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena. We are tied at 7.
The M's would go on to win it in extra innings, 11-7. Raleigh now has 6 home runs in 6 games as Seattle improves to 10-9. Next up is a 3-game series versus the Blue Jays in Toronto. Meanwhile, keeping on the sports trend, the NBA commissioner is giving his most clear timeline yet on when the league would consider expansion. Adam Silver says a formal process will start this summer, and Seattle is on the short list.
It was a market that was fantastic for the league that we left at the time for understandable reasons, but there's no doubt that there continues to be enormous passion in that market for the NBA.
Silver was speaking to the Pat McAfee Show on ESPN. This July will mark 17 years since the Sonics left Seattle for Oklahoma City. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal Way to Seattle about 28 minutes right now. Tacoma to Bellevue 19. Issaquah to Seattle about 20. Redmond to Seattle about 16 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, lots of sunshine today. Highs will be really nice and warm. About 72. Right now, it's 45 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Easter weekend has arrived, and if you're looking for something to do, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden has you covered.
Friday then, there's Saturday, Sunday, what? There's Friday then, there's Saturday, Sunday, what?
Happy Easter weekend, and are we in prime time for our region or what? Longer days, sunnier skies, and an absolutely loaded calendar of things to do. Anime fans will be packing the Seattle Convention Center this weekend for 3 days of fun at SakuraCon. The convention has all the staples, panels, guests, and vendors, plus cosplay events, a black tie ball, and plenty more. More details are on the event's website. A reminder that 2 big spring events are underway. The Washington State Spring Fair is open through the weekend, and the Skagit Valley Tulip Festival rolls on with the Tulip Festival Street Fair that will be all weekend long. While there might be some rainstorms to avoid this weekend, the temperatures should be warm enough for you to enjoy free entrance to national parks. Saturday is the first day of National Parks Week, and that means you can get in for free to Olympic, Mount Rainier, and all the other national parks on Saturday. If you're making the trip, you'll want to check out the national parks websites for updates on what's open, what's not, and any other details you may need. It's another busy sports weekend, especially if you are a fan of soccer. The Seattle Reign are in town taking on the Portland Thorns tonight at 7, and tomorrow at 4:30, the Sounders take on Nashville SC. The Seattle Seawolves, our Major League Rugby team, takes on the Chicago Hounds tonight at 7:30 in Tukwila. The UW Huskies baseball team has a home series against Illinois throughout the weekend, and the Everett Silvertips take on Portland tonight at 7 in Everett. Learn more about the city and the buildings that make it up with the Seattle Architecture Foundation's walking tours. These are 2-hour tours that are guided and will teach you about the architecture, landscape, and urban design practices of Seattle. A perfect way to see the city through a different lens. Here's an event sent to me by a listener. The Washington Motorcycle Road Racing Association is celebrating 51 years of racing in Washington State with a free event. There will be races on Saturday and Sunday at the Ridge Motorsports Park for the start of their racing season. It features top-of-the-line bikes, vintage models, and races for pros and amateurs. You can find more information on the event's website. From motorcycles to bicycles, as there's a big bike swap going down in Pierce County at Tacoma Community College this weekend. According to the event's website, the Pierce County Bike Swap is Saturday, and it's a free event where anyone can buy or sell used bikes and bike parts. There's also a practice area to try out your new ride, food trucks and vendors, and a practice transit bus to get the hang of putting your bike on the bus rack. There will also be Easter specials going on throughout the region, so see if your local spot is doing something for the holiday. As always, if you know of cool things going on in your neighborhood, let me know at paulh@KIRORadio.com. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hey there, I'm Chris Sullivan, traffic reporter for KIRO News Radio. The favorite part about my job is helping you get answers to your traffic questions.
Will this construction ever end?
How do you zipper merge?
Just how close is tailgating?
Now I need your help. What burning questions do you have? What should I be looking into? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text choke points to 888-973-5476. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the star of my next Choke Points story. Presented by Carter Subaru.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
This is Ricky Rubio, point guard for the Phoenix Suns.
And I'm Holly Robinson Peete, actor and along with Ricky, ambassador for Delivering Jobs. We know that a job is empowering and instills confidence. Yet 81% of adults with developmental differences don't have a paid job, even though companies that employ people with differences report better morale and higher productivity.
There are 6.5 million people in the U.S. with an intellectual or developmental difference such as autism.
And now, thanks to Autism Speaks, Best Buddies, the Holly Rod Foundation, and Special Olympics, there has never been more opportunity to improve hiring practices and build a more inclusive workforce. Join me, Ricky Rubio, and these amazing organizations in supporting and creating pathways to 1 million employment and leadership opportunities for this talented community.
Visit deliveringjobs.org to learn more.
That's deliveringjobs.org.
She and Ursula agreed to disagree.
This is happening until we do a better job at addressing affordable housing.
We're spending more money on homelessness, and yet it does keep getting worse.
Weekday mornings at 11:06 on KIRO News Radio.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
CBS News Brief. Maryland's Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen met with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man mistakenly deported to prison in El Salvador. Van Hollen spoke beforehand.
We need to make sure that the court system works and due process works, because if you take it away for any individual, it's a very short road to taking it away for every American.
Trump administrations ignored court orders to return him. Still no motive in yesterday's shooting at Florida State University that killed 2 men and injured 6 others. CBS's Anna Schechter.
The suspect remains in the hospital as of Thursday evening and has not answered investigators' questions.
Secretary of State Rubio says the U.S. needs to decide in a matter of days whether a truce in Ukraine is feasible.
If it's not possible, if we're so far apart that this is not going to happen, then I think the president's probably at a point where he's going to say, well, we're done.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got lots of sunshine to start off our day. Highs will be so beautiful in the upper 70s. Right now, it's about 45 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich with an update on all the discussions happening in Olympia this week. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big dumper with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Tridents up.
The Mariners are back in town starting April 25th, and you won't want to miss 2 great giveaways. City Connect Captain's Hat Friday the 25th and Moose Shoulder Plush Night Saturday the 26th. Plus, score value game seats as low as $10 April 29th and 30th. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets and check out everything on deck.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rierecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Well, we have 10 days left in the current legislative session. A number of tax proposals on the table and ways to get them passed faster. Oh, and in the state legislature, this will have Sully's attention because they're talking about beer gardens,
Did you hear
too.
that, Sully? KIRO News Radio.
I'm aware.
Matt Markovich been keeping an eye on all the discussions in Olympia. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, and we're going to also talk about transportation, so Sully's going to be tuned in on this one for sure. Yeah, there is a move right now that I wrote about on mynorthwest.com about a rule change that the Democrats made yesterday to get their tax bills passed faster. So, like you said, there's only 10 days left in sine die, until sine die. That's the formal end of the 2025 legislative session. So lawmakers are basically ditching all our usual slowdown tactics and shifting into full speed mode. And one of the first rules to go is this 24-hour signature hold. And this rule change was passed by all the Democrats in the Senate yesterday by a voice vote, and it takes effect immediately today. Now, normally the Senate committee votes to forward a bill, and that decision has to sit for 24 hours. It's kind of like a built-in grace period meant to give lawmakers some time to finalize signatures, weigh their options, make any last-minute changes. It's kind of a legislative version of sleeping on a big decision, but not anymore. Senate Resolution 8654 changed what is known as Rule 45, the 24-hour hold rule, and it's officially waived. Now, Senate Majority Leader Jamie Peterson said the tax bills, some brand new ones that had their first committee hearing just yesterday, can't wait for 24 hours on this approval queue.
What we realized this year is that there's a potential gap for bills that are happening late in the session necessary to implement the budget.
Now, the fast-tracking move doesn't mean it's a quicker turnaround. It also doesn't just mean it's a quicker turnaround. It also opens the floodgates of a final wave of legislation. Lawmakers now have a chance to push through proposal that might otherwise been stalled. But Senate Deputy Minority Leader Drew McEwen, a Republican from Mason County, voiced the Republican opposition, noting that Democrats have had plenty of time to introduce these tax bills.
105 days session is a long session. You have plenty of time to plan. And why we're having this rule change is because there's a lot of tax bills that are being heard later today that could have been introduced sooner. And frankly, giving the public more time to hear that. And to make the rule change now because it's been jammed is inappropriate and is a misuse of the rule change.
Matt, when I heard this story, I at first thought, oh, this is just that story you had yesterday about the changes in the House. But no, this is the Senate. So this is also a rule change.
Yeah, they're moving the goalposts in the Senate and also moving the goalposts in the House, like you just talked about. That was on Monday where they had a controversial rule change during a 5.5-hour debate over the Parent Bill of Rights. So back in January, House Democrats tweaked a bill that had been a rule that had been in existence for 132 years that required 2/3 of all House members present to end the debate on the floor. Now it takes just a simple majority, and that rule was invoked twice. So you have something going on in the House, changing the rules, and now you have something going on in the Senate to change the rules. And again, the Democrats pushed this against all Republican opposition, but they got their way because they're the party in power.
And, I don't want to get too in the weeds. Why does this matter?
Because just what I said, it's an exercise of power by the Democrats, believing that they've had all these tax bills. There's almost 10 of them in the queue right now on both the House and the Senate, where they have to pass these in the next 10 days to implement the budget. It's going to come right down to the 11th hour, and this 24-hour hold on the Senate could affect that.
Okay, Matt, transportation question. Why do we have to pull money away from the general fund from the multimodal with all that giant boatload of CCA money that is supposed to earmarked for climate and multimodal related things? Why do they need to pull from that where's that money going?
Good. That's a great question, Chris. I don't have a good answer for you on that one.
Start digging.
But they're going to raise the gas tax and pay for roads and maintenance. You'd think that even including the $1 billion that they're going to raise on this, raising the gas tax could go to these projects. But no, they want to pull it from the sales tax from the general fund.
He just wanted to stump you so we could move on to beer gardens.
Yeah, I thought you'd want to get to that.
I want to slow the roll on taxes and get to the important stuff.
So what is the deal with this? They're looking at eliminating beer gardens?
Well, in a way, traditionally, if you want to sip a beer at a public event, you're stuck in a fenced-off area, the classic beer garden. But under this new law that's basically going to become law because the Senate passed it yesterday, gave the final thumbs up to House Bill 1515, those fences are going to come down, sometimes literally. So from now till December 31st in 2027, cities and counties can work with the State Liquor and Cannabis Board to create larger shared alcohol areas during events. And these can span across businesses, streets, even entire public campuses like Seattle Center. And think of these street fairs, this is where you can grab a drink and roam around like you're in Vegas, but you have more IPAs than fewer Elvis impersonators there. The bill applies to the usual suspects: breweries, wineries, taverns, distilleries, and restaurants. Special caterers and nonprofits get a boost too. Now,
this sounds like good news.
I know.
Out of Olympia? What?
But it only applies to cities with a population over 220,000. Can you take a guess?
On the west side of the Cascades. Yeah. Really.
No. There's 3 of them. It's Seattle, Spokane and Tacoma. Yeah. And so why are cities pushing for this? And why is there a December 31st, 2027 cutoff?
Why, Matt?
Think of sports, international sports.
World Cup.
Large-scale events. Soccer. There you go.
So they're going to give it to us and take it away in 2027?
That's right.
That's garbage.
Ugh. How do you really feel?
So it's good news for a while.
Yeah.
I think Sully is going to riot.
I'll sign in opposed, but it's already too late.
Yeah, it's too late. It's going to happen. It had some dissent, but there was enough votes on both sides of the aisle that Governor Ferguson is going to sign this, and because it ends in 2027.
Matt, thank you. You've got Sully feeling mixed emotions right now, so we always appreciate that.
You're welcome.
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, we have sunny skies today, warm temperatures in the low 70s. And right now, it's about 45 with partly cloudy skies. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with your host, Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
For decades, KIRO News Radio has been your go-to source for reliable news.
Traffic got worse in Seattle last year.
Seattle drivers squandered over $1,100 in lost time and productivity just sitting in traffic.
We're here to help guide you through the complexities of today's world, offering insights that allow you to see the bigger picture.
I want to dig into some of the numbers to just show you how much our transportation needs are being ignored and underfunded.
Trust KIRO News Radio to keep you informed and connected.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA Home Loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
G and Ursula on KIRO News Radio.
You're not going to be able to stop what's going to happen.
I hope he's successful.
9 to noon, streaming live on your smart speaker.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83, or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
83, or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
83, or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
83, or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
This is the story of Julie Guillot. She's a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society advocate and the mother of a child who battled blood cancer.
Zach was diagnosed with AML, a deadly leukemia, when he was only 5. While the treatment really attacked the cancer, unfortunately, it also attacked his body. uncontrollable fevers, terrible nosebleeds, and his skin was burned from the inside out. He died at just 9 years old, really from the treatment that was meant to save him.
The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society was founded 70 years ago by parents who also lost their child to cancer. Today, we're pioneering breakthrough treatments for kids with cancer.
We are so close to finding better treatments for kids with cancer. So it's too late to save Zach, but working together, we can save thousands of kids just like him.
Visit lls.org and save a child's life.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through April 20th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Steel, walk behind, zero turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Police say the wounded suspect in a shooting at Florida State University is refusing to speak to investigators as they continue their search for a motive. 2 men, not students, were killed. 6 were wounded. Team coverage begins with correspondent Skylar Henry in Tallahassee.
Law enforcement identified the suspected shooter as 20-year-old FSU student Phoenix Eichner, the stepson of a Leon County Sheriff's Deputy, Jessica Eichner, who was named Employee of the Month last March. He allegedly used a handgun that was previously her service weapon.
This is Michael Wallace. Yesterday's shooting was a bad case of deja vu for FSU student Stephanie Horowitz. She survived the 2018 high school shooting in Parkland, Florida.
I got into a place over these last couple of years where I didn't fear for my life anymore, and here we are yet again, and that was taken away from me for a second time.
She tells CBS Mornings,
I never thought it would happen to me for the first time, and here we are, and unfortunately this is America for you.
Maryland's Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollens posted pictures with the man mistakenly deported to prison in El Salvador after the two met at what looks like a restaurant. CBS's Scott McFarland.
You see Abrego Garcia not in the prison garb of that terror prison in El Salvador, but with a shirt and a Kansas City Chiefs ball cap.
President Trump's just called Van Hollen a fool and a grandstander. Christians around the world are commemorating the crucifixion of Christ this Good Friday. They retraced his final steps on the Via Dolorosa in Jerusalem. The Pope is sitting out observances in Rome. Correspondent Chris Livesay is there.
The road to recovery is hardly over. It's unlikely he'll attend the traditional Way of the Cross later today, as he has on past Good Fridays at the Colosseum. But this Sunday is Easter, when popes make their Urbi et Orbi, an address to the city and the world.
Police say a U.S. military veteran who hijacked a small plane in Belize demanded to be flown out of the country. They say he stabbed 2 passengers and a pilot before one of the injured passengers shot and killed him. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez.
Airport officials were first alerted about a hijacking at 8:30 a.m. Thursday. The plane circled in random directions for nearly 2 hours, prompting fuel concerns on the ground.
Tropic Air flight carrying 14 passengers and 2 crew members landed safely. Just about everyone in Puerto Rico has power back a day and a half after an island-wide outage. Luma Energy reports 98.8% of homes and businesses have been restored. Officials blame a failed transmission line for the blackout. Markets are closed this Good Friday. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
6:03 Friday morning, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we're off to a pretty decent start on this Fast Friday, or your Friday light, depending on your pleasure. We do have some brake lights through the Renton area because we had an earlier crash there right near the Maple Valley Highway, and it's out of the way. But we're up to 20 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. There is a little spillover onto the Valley Freeway, but it's only 15 minutes out of Auburn and 35 from Puyallup. So the Valley Freeway looks pretty good. Olympia to Tacoma is only a half an hour. Tacoma is quiet, and Federal Way to Seattle's a ghost town. 35 minutes there on that drive. Coming down from the north end, no backups at all. 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe, and get fresh video content daily.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04. A Burien man is behind bars, arrested on suspicion of sex crimes involving a 14-year-old victim.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following this and joins us live.
2 weeks ago, Auburn police got a tip about this 64-year-old suspect. 2 days ago, they arrested him. The victim, just a young teenager. The suspect is being held on suspicion of committing 3 felony sex crimes, including possessing depictions of minors and communicating with a minor for sex. Yesterday afternoon, Olympic Middle School in Auburn sent a notification to families telling them a former wrestling coach was arrested for crimes against a juvenile. They said that person was only a coach, not a teacher, and is no longer an employee. The school also told parents to call Auburn detectives if they have any information that might help their investigation. Police are not sharing any more details so far.
Luke, thank you. It's 6:05. More international students at UW have had their visas suddenly revoked. KIRO 7 TV says at least 23 students are now affected. The Trump administration has canceled hundreds of visas nationwide, causing fear on campuses. UW officials weren't warned beforehand and are scrambling to help impacted students. They urge students facing issues to contact International Student Services immediately.
A Washington state challenge to President Trump's order ending birthright citizenship is headed to the U.S. Supreme Court. We get the update from KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
Washington led other states in filing suit to stop President Trump's order that would end the practice of granting babies born in the U.S. automatic citizenship regardless of their parents' status, as noted in the 14th Amendment. Attorney General Nick Brown.
If we want to make that policy change, then we should have a debate and not simply have a purported king signing executive orders.
A federal judge in Seattle and others have blocked Trump's executive order from taking effect. The U.S. Supreme Court will hear arguments on the matter May 15th. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Pierce County Sheriff Keith Swank says he will fight the county council's plan to reaffirm sanctuary status. Swank tells KTTH's Jason Ranch show he wasn't consulted on this.
Well, they're going to pass a resolution that doubles down on Keep Washington Working, which I believe is unconstitutional.
Sheriff plans to reach out directly to ICE and the Trump administration for help. Swank says he might even join a federal program which allows deputies to enforce immigration laws. The council's resolution could be finalized soon.
It's now 6:06.
Seattle's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning.
Oh, hi.
Great to have you here today.
Good Friday.
Good Friday, indeed, for everyone who celebrates, for sure. I'm Charlie. Manda is here. David Burbank is standing by, not only producing the show, but you've kind of become this video, editor,
Wizard.
Commander.
Wizard.
Yeah.
I like Wizard.
Yes. Yeah, it's really fun to. So we've got a new video system.
Yeah.
We're obviously live on the app. We're live on MyNorthwest.com and on YouTube Live as well. And so I'm having a lot of fun with the different camera angles. A lot of fun stuff going on.
Pretty soon you'll be like one of the Academy Award, producers who gets nominated for an Emmy because you're calling all the shots. Maybe you'll start snapping and telling what angle to take.
Isn't he already doing that?
Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Well, we have this hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
And coming up on this hour of the show this morning, big budget talks happening in the state legislature this week. According to many Republicans, Democratic lawmakers are spending unnecessary money all over the place. We'll chat with Republican strategist Randy Peppel about that.
Plus, CBS White House correspondent Weijia Jiang explains President Trump's latest comments about the Federal Reserve.
It's 6:08. Governor Ferguson sent a veto warning to his fellow Democrats and their new $12 billion tax proposal. KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich says it has budget writers scrambling just days before the session ends.
Governor Ferguson called the $12 billion package of new taxes introduced just Tuesday unsustainable and too risky in light of potential federal funding cuts from the Trump administration. It comes just 10 days before the end of the 105-day session and puts more than a half dozen new tax proposals in jeopardy and raises the possibility of a special session if the Democratic governor and the Democratic leadership that controls the House and Senate can't come to agreement. Federal funds make up more than 28% of the state budget. Matt Markovich, KIRO News Radio.
Washington lawmakers are moving closer to funding more police officers statewide. Murrow News reports the Senate passed a bill creating grants to help local agencies hire and retain officers. The program also supports mental health response and community outreach. Governor Bob Ferguson insists the state budget must include $100 million for policing. Negotiations continues as that session deadline approaches on April 27th.
Owning a bar or brewery in Washington may become more expensive. The state Senate just narrowly approved a bill raising liquor license fees by 50%. According to the lawmakers, it'll generate $18 million to help fill a budget gap. Critics argue small businesses can't afford it. The vote was close 25-24, with 5 Democrats joining Republicans in opposition. The bill now heads to the House for debate before the session wraps up April 27th.
Beer gardens in Washington might get a makeover just in time for the World Cup. The state Senate passed a bill letting cities create more relaxed drinking zones. No more mandatory fences at festivals and concerts in large cities. Instead, event goers can stroll freely with drinks through designated public areas. Governor Ferguson will decide soon whether that bill becomes law.
It's 6:10. A 24-year-old woman, a 19-year-old man, and a juvenile now face hate crime charges. We get details from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Prosecutors allege it was back in February when the suspects harassed and fired a water pellet gun at patrons of the Pony Bar on Capitol Hill. Police say the three circled the bar in a car at least 10 times and yelled anti-gay, anti-transgender slurs. Here's Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office.
What prosecutors thought was that this criminal action was motivated by the perceived sexual orientation of the victims. When you do that, under the law, it's considered a hate crime.
The adults pleaded not guilty. The juvenile will be in court next week. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A group of Gig Harbor parents is considering suing the Peninsula School District after the principal at their children's elementary school was moved to a different school. The district says the reassignment plan for next year is standard practice and brings fresh perspectives and new opportunities to schools. Minter Elementary PTO President Jessica Campbell calls the plan bad for families and students who have bonded with their principals.
The kids and parents are devastated. We're deeply concerned about how this impacts our kids' education moving forward.
No word when families could file that lawsuit.
Who wants to talk about the Mariners this morning? I thought so. Rally late in Cincinnati, coming back in the 9th inning yesterday.
Randy Arozarena with a line shot home run. Back-to-backers by Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena. We are tied at 7.
Yeah, the Mariners would go on to win it extra innings, 11-7. Raleigh now has 6 home runs in 6 games as Seattle improves to 10-9. Next up, a 3-game series against the Blue Jays in Toronto.
And Raleigh is crediting that torpedo bat for this hot streak. He is second in Major League Baseball with 8 home runs total. He's a switch hitter, and he's only using it from the left side.
I use it left-handed. I tried it a little bit right-handed. I don't know if I like it as much on the right side just because I like it a little more top-heavy and it's a little more balanced, so we'll see.
Raleigh tells the SeattleSports.com and Seattle Sports 710 that from the right side, he still swings a regular bat.
All right, producer David was about to step in and talk about the Mariners, I can tell.
Well, yesterday's game was quite the roller coaster because the team was up for a lot of the game, and then in the late innings, a grand slam from the Cincinnati Reds brought them ahead. I know me and a lot of my friends and family were really upset about that. Didn't think the Mariners could come back. And then the 9th inning, Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena tie it up. Just a really incredible game. I feel like this season already we have 3 of kind of the biggest, craziest finishes that I've had in recent Mariners history.
Mariners refuse to lose. Maybe they should go.
Let's bring that
that's
back.
a good logo.
That is a good slogan. I like it. All right, now let's take a quick look at the weather forecast brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. We are expecting to have sunshine today. Highs in the low to maybe even mid-70s. Perfect for a Good Friday. Tomorrow it's going to be cloudy, 58 for our high, a chance of a little drizzle, chance of some afternoon showers on Sunday as well, but plenty of sun breaks. It should be fine getting out for an Easter egg hunt. And on Monday, we start to dry out, and through the week, we warm up to the mid-60s. Right now in Seattle, we have clear skies. It's 45 at 6:13.
Oh, but for a light Friday on the roads, let's get to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk and Chris Sullivan.
Yes, we are. We're having a good one right now, Amanda, as we start the day. A little bit of braking right at the north end of 167 tying into 405. We had an earlier little crash on northbound 405 near the Maple Valley Highway on-ramp. It's out of the way, and we're back under 20 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, and we're back under 20 from Auburn to Renton. So you only need about 40 minutes to go from Auburn up into Bellevue. That's a pretty good travel time. And then all the way from Puyallup to Renton's only 35 minutes. Olympia to Tacoma is a nice and swift 35 minutes or less. Tacoma is quiet, and Federal Way to Seattle, definitely a fast Friday there. 35 minutes on the drive. Coming down from the north end, we are seeing a little bit of congestion just south of the Boeing Freeway, maybe closer to 128. But after that, it's not bad at all. 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The Lake Bridges, both directions, both of them looking really good as we start this Friday. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
At 6:14, we check in with Katrina Gishard at the news desk.
Police are investigating a shooting in South Seattle. Officers responded to reports of gunfire around 10:30 last night near 29th Avenue South. They found 31 shell casings and damage from bullets to several cars and townhomes. A 20-year-old man showed up to Harborview on his own with a gunshot wound to his leg. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey will have more on this at 6:30. A former Sumner basketball coach has been sentenced for the next 4 decades in prison for sexually abusing 8 players. KIRO 7 TV was in court when Jacob Jackson's victims spoke before sentencing.
I live in constant skepticism and hypervigilance of my surroundings. Trust has become a concept that is not within my reach, altering the way I see the world and even the way I see myself.
Jackson was found guilty on 19 of the 20 counts he faced.
Thank you, Katrina. It's 6:15.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
The legislative session is drawing to a close, but lawmakers are still trying to figure out how to close what they say is a multi-billion-dollar budget gap. Joining us now is longtime Republican strategist Randy Pepple. And Randy, the Democrats say it's up to $16 billion they need to come up with. What are your thoughts on that?
First and foremost, there is no deficit. The state is bringing in more money next year than it brought in this year and projects to bring in more every year in the 4-year budget cycle. More money. The deficit is in the Democrats' minds. They want to spend more money. They have more money coming in, but they want to spend even more. And that's why we doubled the size of our budget in the last decade, is these never-ending demand for more taxes and higher spending without regard for whether that spending is actually achieving the goals that the Democrats say that they're pushing. For instance, on education, we have massively increased our spending on public education in the last decade, and test scores are going down. Something is not working, and just throwing more money at the problem is the only Democrat answer, and that needs to stop. I mean, the higher taxes that they want to ladle on to the people of the state of Washington, particularly fuel taxes, which drive up the cost of everything that has to get transported. Particularly those fuel costs are at a climate tilt. And that's what the Democrats are leading with in the budget debate, at least so far this session.
So if you contend that there is no deficit, the Democrats are saying, well, look, we have all these programs we've promised for people, and it's going to be harmful to people.
They have promised things they cannot deliver with their current revenue. So instead of deciding what are our top priorities, what are the must-haves in our budget, as opposed to the want-to-haves, the pet programs that they have put in place, or the payoffs, frankly, to their campaign contributors. I mean, the leading budget item that should be on the chopping block is the state employee pay raises that were negotiated by the outgoing governor. And those pay raises are a big chunk of what the Democrats call a deficit. Well, if in your household, if you don't get a pay raise, you don't call it, oh, that's a deficit. I'm actually getting my pay cut because I'm not getting more money. And yet the Democrats are saying exactly that. And it's not a matter of programs that are absolutely necessary being cut. That's not the case. And the Democrats know it's about taking a scalpel to the budget and reducing some of the programs that have grown out of control over the last decade.
Isn't this the same debate year after year after year?
There's always a budget debate. I mean, let's face it. When politicians have access to money, they're going to argue over how to spend it. But what's really different this year is that the Democrats claim that there is a deficit when more tax dollars are coming in this year than came in last year. That is not a deficit. The deficit is only a creation of the Democrat legislators who want to spend more money on their friends and the programs they like. And that's what's different. It's just really this falsehood that the Democrats have been pushing since before the session, that we have to have taxes to balance the budget. They're not about balancing the budget. They're about raising taxes. They can balance the budget right now. They have more money coming in. They just have to spend less.
We're speaking with Republican strategist Randy Pepple. And Randy, what is your take on Governor Ferguson in terms of he's pushed back on some of the Democratic proposals for tax increases? Did you expect that?
I expected Bob Ferguson to run for re-election, and that's exactly what he's doing this session. And it is a playbook as old as Bill Clinton, if you want to go back to the 90s, of triangulating your farthest left voices against the Republicans, and then you put yourself in the middle. And that's what Bob Ferguson has done to a certain extent. But now is really when he's going to have to step up, because the taxes are on the table. The Democrats have passed their budgets. The Senate now, they're saying this is what we want, and we want to raise $12 billion in new tax. And they took the wealth tax off the table because it was so unconstitutional that Bob Ferguson said he would not sign budgets that contained it. But all of the rest of the taxes that the Democrats have been talking about, increasing the income tax on capital gain, increasing the gas tax, increasing through the low carbon fuel standard, increasing fuel costs. All of that is adding on to the burden of families that are already paying, the third highest gas prices in the country, that are already paying the highest grocery prices in the country. That's due to Democrat policy. And for them to say, oh, it's because we're running a deficit that we have to raise these taxes. No, it's because they want to give more tax dollars to the people who give them campaign contributions. That's what this is about.
Randy, can you envision a time where we get back to real politics and less fighting? It's so divisive, not just here, but across the country.
I absolutely think that turning down the level of partisanship would be nice. But in this state, unfortunately, because the Democrats picked up one seat in both the House and the Senate last fall, they have 60% majorities in both bodies. That means they don't have to work with Republicans at all to pass their budget. And that's what they're doing. So instead of going, even though we have these big majorities, we're still going to work with our fellow legislators to make sure that we're representing all of the state of Washington. That is not what has happened this session. The Democrats have changed rules to limit the debate, to shut up the Republicans for talking about their bad policy. They have jammed through these budgets without any input from the Republicans at all. And so while I would like to see a little less partisanship, and a little bit of more across the aisle working. That is not the direction that the legislators have taken. Whether Governor Ferguson can take those steps in the last 2 weeks here of the session as the budget comes to be passed. If he can take those steps, that will go a long way towards turning down that temperature, that partisan temperature.
Randy Pepple, Republican strategist. Always great getting your take, Randy. You come back soon, okay?
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. It's 6:23. That's time to get to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk here, Sully.
And we are still enjoying a very good day out there. It is quiet. The I-5 corridor, you're not going to hit the brakes from Olympia all the way up to about the West Seattle Bridge. That's how quiet it is today. Only 30 minutes up into Tacoma, and then Federal Way to Seattle's running 35. So it's a pretty good day out there on the roads. Valley Freeway, 35 minutes from end to end with no real action in Auburn. Northbound 405 has some off and on braking through the S-curves. We had an earlier crash last hour that stuck around for a little bit, but overall 20 minutes or less from Renton to Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, we have some brake lights right near 128. They're just south of that, maybe getting closer to the Mill Creek interchange. I'm checking to see if we might have a crash in that area. I haven't found one yet, but 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. 16 back and forth between Port Orchard and Tacoma look really good, and 18 from Auburn to Snoqualmie. Also very quiet. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your local favorite sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
Clear skies and 45 in Seattle right now, headed for a high in the low 70s. Cloudy and a chance of showers this weekend. Right now, it is clear in Seattle, 45. And coming up, KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey reports on a shooting in South Seattle. 31 bullet casings found at the scene.
Also on the way, could we be a step closer to the return of the Sonics?
That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
At Kia of Everett, leasing your new Kia is simple, easy, and fun. Now through April 30th, lease a 2025 Kia Niro EV Wind for just $69 a month for 24 months, with $39.99 due at signing.
Lease payment on approved credit with Kia Finance America, plus tax. After $9,500 Kia Finance America 24-month lease cash and Kia of Everett discount of $32.71. Quoted payment is before monthly sales tax and fees. Select vehicles only, subject to prior sale. See dealer for full details.
The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Hey there, Dawn Riding with Olympic Hot Tub. Swimming your way to a healthier you is now easier and more affordable than ever with an Endless Pool Swim Spa. During our spring savings event, save up to $9,000 on an Endless Pools package and get a free gift bundle including a Bluetooth sound system worth up to $3,200. Don't miss out. Ends April 13th. More at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO Newsradio.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is Friday. It's 6:30. Thanks for being with us this morning. Bullets ripped through cars and townhomes after someone opened fire in a South Seattle neighborhood last night.
One victim is in the hospital right now. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more. Luke?
Police say they found 31 shell casings, Charlie, at this scene. 5 of those bullets hit 2 different homes and 3 different cars. It happened about a block away from MLK and Columbian Way around 10:30 last night. As officers were investigating that scene, the victim, who was shot in the leg, walked into Harborview Medical Center. Police say the 20-year-old passed out at the scene and a friend drove him to the hospital. He's listed in stable condition. So far, there are no arrests.
Luke, thank you. 6:31 now. An Auburn middle school wrestling coach is accused of sharing sexual images with a 14-year-old on his team and convincing her to send pictures and videos. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss has details.
64-year-old Daniel Ralph Lee of Olympic Middle School is sitting in a King County jail on a list of sex crime charges. Investigators say he spent a week messaging the girl near the end of March before it was reported to the school. Many messages sexual in nature, including the mentioned images. The teen eventually told another teacher about the conversations. That teacher reported it up the proper chain, which led to Lee's arrest on Tuesday.
A man, a woman, and a juvenile now face a hate crime charge. Prosecutors say they harassed, yelled anti-gay, anti-transgender slurs, and shot people with a paintball gun outside the Pony Bar on Capitol Hill in February. Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office says the county is now one shy of the total number of hate crimes charged in all of last year.
It sure feels like people in general think that they can get away with hate crimes against people because of their sexual orientation or perceived gender the message the prosecutors and police want to send is that you can't. And if you do that, you're going to get charged with a hate crime.
The adults pleaded not guilty in court yesterday. The juvenile will be in court next week.
Governor Bob Ferguson says a proposed $12 billion tax hike for Washington state is too risky. Democratic lawmakers unveiled the package this week targeting corporations and wealthy investors, but Ferguson warns federal funding cuts from the Trump administration make the tax plan dangerous. He says Washington needs balance, not just higher taxes, to fix what they say is a $16 billion shortfall. Lawmakers now have until April 27th to adjust their plan.
It's now 6:33 and time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And I could use a little help from my Cornfield Law hands-free highway helpers, my Snohomies this morning. I'm searching for a crash on southbound 5, somewhere between 128th and 164th there as you kind of work your way down that sweeping hill before you get off to the Mill Creek interchange. There's a little yellow on the map, not red, so it may be off on the shoulder, but whatever you can tell me, it's in between my cameras because I can't find it. It's not really impacting the drive overall, but just plan on about 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The rest of the map is what you might expect on a Friday light or a fast Friday, 35 minutes or less from Olympia to Tacoma. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running 35 minutes as well. 35, very popular number because that's the travel time from Puyallup up to Renton. And then Renton to Bellevue is about 20, so that's lighter than normal. You do have some congestion up to about 30th, but after that, it's really a good drive into Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. And again, most of the map looks really quiet. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Upgrade now with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Get up to $6,000 in rebates, plus save 10% on all heat pumps through April. Call Home Comfort Alliance or go to homecomfortalliance.com.
Sunny and a high of 72 today in Seattle, maybe even warmer in the South Sound. Tomorrow we have clouds, and on Sunday, Easter Sunday, not going to be a washout for the Easter egg hunt, but it will be cool and maybe some drizzle on and off through the day. We dry out and warm up next week. Right now in Seattle, it's 45 and clear at 6:34.
And time for the opening bell. It's brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds. The White House is not mincing words after Fed Chair Jerome Powell Wednesday said tariffs are likely to cause a rise in inflation. The president said from the Oval Office Powell would resign if asked to leave the post, despite the Fed chair saying he intends to serve out his term. CBS White House reporter Willie James Inman.
Clearly, this is something that the president has mentioned before. In his first term, he wanted to oust Powell for then raising interest rates. In this case, he wants Powell to lower interest rates. In his mind, that would lead to a more positive outcome for the U.S. economy amid all of the changes that are happening with his tariff policy.
Powell's term ends in 2026. There is no legal mechanism for the president to remove him as the Fed chair.
A lot of states around the country are looking at new ideas to close budget shortfalls. News Nation's Sylvia Snowden says the state of Indiana has looked at sin taxes.
Indiana officials say everything is on the table to close an anticipated $2 billion shortfall projected for the next budget cycle. To help close the gap, some officials want to raise the rate of sin taxes by tacking new fees on popular items like cigarettes, alcohol, and gambling. Multiple measures to increase taxes on those items failed after other officials expressed concerns that the taxes would unfairly target low and middle income families and that legislators hadn't done enough to trim the budget before turning to new taxes.
She says marijuana is still illegal in a lot of states, but many of those states are now looking at legalizing it or new income taxes as other ways to plug budget gaps.
Well, the Dow ended the day yesterday down about 527 points. So Wall Street takes the day off today for Good Friday.
Now a word for KIRO 7 TV, KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
And it's now 6:36. The notorious Seattle graffiti tagger known as Eager is now cleaning up his own damage. Como reports Casey Kane has tagged thousands of properties, causing hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage. Kane says he didn't realize how harmful tagging was until recently. So now he's teamed up with another former tagger to launch a graffiti removal business called The Buff Man. The pair hopes to help the city find better solutions to manage graffiti.
You know, that's my nickname as well.
The Buff Man.
The Buff Man, yeah. Little known fact about me.
No, it's not.
An injured hiker was rescued from Mailbox Peak east of North Bend yesterday. King County Sheriff's Office Air Support posted video of the rescue. crew carried out a smooth operation hoisting up the hiker. Try saying that fast. Hoisting up the hiker.
Can't even say it slowly.
Yeah, they took her to an ambulance and she was checked out at a hospital.
We had a lot of sports stuff this morning. Here's one of my favorites. Little star power is coming to the Seattle Seawolves rugby team's ownership group. Former Seahawk Marshawn Lynch and former Husky Marcus Peters joining the organization as investors. Lynch, of course, the 5-time Pro Bowl running back who won the Super Bowl with the Hawks in 2014, already has stakes in the Kraken and the Oakland Roots of the United Soccer League, among others. In the Seawolves news release, Lynch said, I love to quote Marshawn Lynch. Here we go. This move isn't just business. It's about building something with substance and purpose. The Seawolves are creating something dope in the PNW, and I'm here for it. Peters played cornerback for UW from 2011 to 14 before his 9-year NFL career.
I do hope they create something dope
in the PNW.
In the PNW, for sure. Seahawks now have a full quarterback room. Drew Lock is back in it. Seattle Sports says Lock signed a 2-year deal after a season with the New York Giants. He joins Sam Darnold, Sam Howell, and Jaron Hall on the roster. General Manager John Schneider tells Seattle Sports on the John Schneider Show that Lock and Howell will compete for the backup job.
It's a great situation. We have 4 guys that we really like.
He also says the team could still draft another QB next week.
So we've done rugby and football, now on to basketball.
Here we go.
We may have our clearest picture yet on when the NBA will consider bringing back the Sonics. Commissioner Adam Silver says expansion talks will begin this summer with Seattle and Las Vegas as the league's top destinations.
I look at the success of those markets for other major league teams now. So it's easy to present a scenario where you can see it working successfully for the league.
Silver was speaking to the Pat McAfee Show on ESPN. In July, it will have been 17 years since the Sonics left Seattle.
I'll have to pull out this soundbite at some point this morning, but maybe you, Amanda, and Sully, you've been here a long time. The Better Sonics song, Supersonics, Oh Yeah, by the Presidents of the United States.
Okay, yes.
Or Nah, Not in Our House.
I'm going with the former.
Okay, all right.
I don't think I know either one of them.
You were in Portland during the glory years for
the
Sonics.
I was cheering against them.
Okay. Oh, well.
As a Trailblazers fan.
How dare you?
Yeah.
But at least you're wearing kind of a green and gold like the Sonics today.
Well, no, these are Notre Dame colors.
In honor of Good Friday.
Yeah, well, that and it also just kind of matched. I don't think that far in advance. At 4 a.m, I just kind of threw on whatever kind of worked.
Okay, all right. Well, we can say it's Sonics, though. Bring back the Sonics. What's coming up in traffic? Man, you are just like a Trailblazers diehard. Look at you.
I don't care about the NBA.
Okay.
Anymore.
I used to.
I used to as well, but I don't. Yeah,
when the Sonics come back, I'll care again.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. On the roads right now, we're going to take a look at our heaviest braking, which is through the Renton S-curve. So we'll talk about it next.
It's 6:40.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. A question we get asked a lot this time of year is, how do the hens stay warm when it's so cold out? Of course, we have nice barns to protect them from the rain, wind, and snow. But also, their feathers are like a down jacket, and if they need additional warmth, they will often snuggle together. And for those very cold days, we have heaters to keep them comfortable and happily laying eggs. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs. and promote environmental sustainability, making it possible for our family to keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Pick up Wilcox eggs at Costco, Marlene's, and Hagen's. And for a healthy snack on the go, grab some ready-to-eat, pre-peeled, hard-boiled eggs in a convenient to-go 2-pack. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
You've seen the headlines. Budget crisis, government emergency, billions of dollars short. No, not the federal government. It's happening here in Washington state. State tax revenues are at record highs. Over the next 4 years, tax revenue is on pace to grow by $10 billion. But current spending will outpace that revenue growth by $12 billion. Want to learn more about the growth of state taxes and spending over the last decade? Visit budgetbreakdown.org.
It's 6:43. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Still enjoying a Friday light out there across the board. We are looking at just some slight hesitation in here and there. One of the spots right through the Renton S curves, but primarily just kind of getting there through the ramp meters there from northbound 167. Still under 20 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. We're still under 20 from Auburn to Renton, so that's a really good travel time, and only 40 all the way from the Puyallup area. Northbound I-5 from Olympia to Tacoma, all green on the map. Same deal almost all the way up to the West Seattle Bridge. So it's 35 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma, another 35 from Federal Way to Seattle. So super quiet there. Haven't found anything unusual on that southbound I-5 drive between 128th and 164th, getting down to the Mill Creek interchange. Whatever we had, whether it was on the shoulder, a stall, or whatever, it seems to have righted itself. We're at 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. A little braking across the trestle westbound, trying to make your way over to Everett. The long lake bridges are still doing really well, and 18 is quiet over Tiger Mountain, which is good. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Chilly start to the day, but our forecast is calling for sunshine and 72 for today. We'll cloud up tomorrow. It looks like there's only a slight chance of sprinkles, but the bulk of the showers will be pushed back to Sunday. Easter Sunday looks like in the afternoon hours. Highs only 55 on Sunday, but rebounding to dry conditions and sunshine on Monday. Right now, it's 41 in Seattle.
6:44, let's head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
A crash early this morning in Tacoma knocked out power to nursing home residents on ventilators. The Tacoma Fire Department says around 1 a.m. a car hit a telephone pole on South Cedar Street. The driver was extracted from the car and taken to a nearby hospital. Power was restored to the nursing home in just under an hour. Drive-through pizza, anyone?
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
A 2-year-old pizza food truck business that travels across Pierce County each week announced it's opening its first brick-and-mortar location. Just Pizza on My Mind will be on 28th Avenue Court in Milton, where Gravity Coffee used to be. Melissa Rands, who runs the business with her husband, told the News Tribune they hope to open in May. And speaking of food, a new study from Lending Tree found Washington households spend more than $10,000 on average a year on groceries. Washington is the 6th most expensive state in the country. The study used data from the Department of Agriculture and U.S. Census Bureau. The top 5 states included Utah, Alaska, Hawaii, Nevada, and Idaho.
Thank you, Katrina. It's 6:45. And coming up, we head to the White House with Weijia Jiang, who is going to talk to us about President Trump looking to make a big change at the Federal Reserve. This is Seattle's Morning News.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Cause that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net. This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment.
Dayandnight.net.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
6:49 Friday morning. President Trump has not been shy to share his criticism for federal leaders, and the latest official to be caught in his crosshairs is Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
And joining us now, CBS senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Good morning, Weijia. What exactly did the president say about Powell this week?
Hey, good morning. So President Trump started lashing out at Jerome Powell in response to Powell's prediction that the administration's tariffs could lead to higher inflation and slower growth, and because Powell has not cut interest rates at Trump's demand. So Trump posted on Truth Social, Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. And then reporters really pressed him about this, about whether he intended to fire Powell and if he thinks he has the power to do so. Well, the president said, I'm not happy with him. I let him know it. And, oh, if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast. Believe me. Of course, the Fed is a completely independent agency, and most legal scholars and experts that we have spoken to agree that Trump does not have the authority to remove Powell. And if he tries, the decision would most likely end up at the Supreme Court. But, guys, it's important to note that this is not the first time by any means that Trump has criticized Powell. In fact, he's been doing so for years, ever since he nominated him during his first term to serve in this position. And he has even considered firing him in the past, but that was back in 2018. The president ultimately backed off because the markets tumbled, and that's exactly what some advisors are worried could happen if he tries again.
Weijia, are we hearing anything from Powell himself?
Well, Powell has responded not to the president's latest remarks, but certainly he has suggested that he hears President Trump, and he insists that the Fed will never be influenced by political pressure. He made that abundantly clear during that same speech, actually, because, again, this is something that he is used to hearing from President Trump.
If Powell were to step down, has the president mentioned who would take his place?
Well, just to be clear, Powell has said even if Trump asks him to leave, he's not going anywhere. And his term doesn't end until next year. And certainly some names have been floated around in reports about who Trump might want to consider. But there are no, official potential candidates for who he might nominate when Powell is no longer in the spot.
We're speaking with Weijia Jiang from CBS News. Weijia, big picture here. How unusual is this to have a president battling with a chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Well, in the past, of course, presidents have expressed annoyance and frustration at certain decisions that the Fed chair has made. It's very different this time, even compared to President Trump's previous remarks about Powell, because those presidents have had issues with the chair's decision making. They may not agree with, an interest rate hike or when it comes. In this case, the president is talking about motive. And President Trump claims that Jerome Powell is, quote, playing politics. And that's really what economists are worried about. Because when you ask them, why is it even important that the Fed is independent from the White House and from President Trump? It's because it has to maintain credibility and trust within the financial markets, that it is not making decisions based on any kind of external pressure. And so when that is infused into the conversation, that's when things could, be dangerous for the markets and ultimately for consumers.
Thanks for bringing us up to speed, Weijia. We appreciate it. And CBS Senior White House Correspondent, Weijia Jiang.
6:53 now on Seattle's Morning News. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, and watching the roads on this Fast Friday is Sully.
You have to wake me up because it's quiet out there. There's not a lot going on. It's a good day to get out there and use the roads. We do have a couple of brake lights here and there, but really nothing of any super significance. I mean, if you're in the Renton S curves, you have just some little pockets of really heavy congestion, and then you get out of it just as fast as you got into it. I mean, we're under 25 minutes, probably closer to 22 still to go from Renton to Bellevue. That is a fabulous travel time. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, there's really not much in Auburn and not much at the north end. We're still well under 20 minutes from Auburn and under 40 from Puyallup, though we are seeing a few little brake lights right at the Sumner interchange. I think that might just be volume at this point. Olympia to Tacoma is quiet with only a 35-minute drive, and Federal Way to Seattle is probably 40 minutes now. I'd say just pad a couple extra minutes as you're approaching 7 a.m. because of the brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge. The first time all morning we've seen a little red there, getting through there and past I-90 into downtown. Coming down from Snohomish County, still very quiet. A nice, easy day for you guys in Marysville and Everett down through Linwood. It's only 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. There are a few brake lights across the trestle, but that's just people trying to get over to I-5 before 7 a.m. Again, just a little pocket of yellow. So, yeah, whether you call it Fast Friday, Friday Light, I call it Good Friday today.
I call it Fasting Friday.
Yeah, that's also a very good point. Thank you very much. Yes. And so, yeah, we're in a good spot. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. At Kia of Everett, they make the process of buying a new Kia as exciting as it is driving one home. The best drive you'll ever make is the Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Oh, the weather today just about perfect. Mostly sunny and 71. We're going to cloud up tomorrow, but the rain has been pushed back to Easter Sunday. And even then, it's nothing major. Look for some scattered showers by afternoon, some peaks of sunshine for Easter Sunday, and a high of 55. It's 41 in Seattle right now.
And coming up in the next hour, we hear from News Nation host Leland Vittert, himself diagnosed with autism. He's going to weigh in on the controversial comments from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. about youth autism. That is at 7:15 here on Seattle's Morning News.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are insurance companies taking you for a ride? Literally? Don't let them destroy your financial future. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is your weapon against greedy insurers. They don't care about you, but Just Cause Legal does. Time is running out. Get the compensation you deserve. Call 253-859-8899 now or visit justcauselegal.com. Don't wait until it's too late. Take back control and fight for what's yours. Meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
There's leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
Carter Subaru wants to buy your car. Carter Subaru will buy your vehicle for top dollar, even if you're not in the market for a new one. And when you are ready to buy a new vehicle, your drive begins with savings at Carter Subaru. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is calling Senator Chris Van Hollen a fool and a grandstander after the Maryland Democrat posted pictures of a meeting with Kilmar Abrego Garcia in El Salvador, who was mistakenly deported to prison there a month ago. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
In response to the meeting, Abrego Garcia's wife, Jennifer Vasquez Sura, said in a statement, "The efforts of my family and community in fighting for justice are being heard because I now know that my husband is alive."
The Trump administration has refused court orders to bring him back to the U.S. Donors are stepping up to help Harvard as it takes a stand against President Trump.
The feds have frozen $2.2 billion of Harvard's funding, believing it has not done enough to combat anti-Semitism. The New York Times reports alumni who have never donated to Harvard before are now giving money to help fight back. Wellesley College economics professor Philip Levine says Harvard's endowment is more than $50 billion, but the funding freeze will still hurt.
Talking about $2 billion once, plus another $500 million a year, essentially forever. That will do a very good job of depleting that endowment pretty quickly.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Police in Tallahassee say the suspect in yesterday's shooting at Florida State University is the stepson of a sheriff's deputy and used her former service revolver to kill 2 men and wound 6 others. CBS's Anna Schechter.
Police have already been to the home of the stepmother and father, recovering laptops, any electronics. They're going to be poring over that. They're, of course, looking for a motive.
The suspect was wounded by police. Secretary of State Rubio says the U.S. needs to decide in a matter of days whether a truce in Ukraine is feasible.
If it's not possible, if we're so far apart that this is not going to happen,
then I think the president's probably at a point where he's going to say, well, we're done.
He spoke as he left meetings with European officials in Paris today. Tomorrow, the people of Oklahoma will mark 30 years since a truck bombing inside the federal building that killed 168 people. KWTV anchor Robin Marsh was reporting that day.
Our building, the TV station, was about 10 miles from downtown. Our building shook like an earthquake. So we knew immediately something horrific had happened in downtown Oklahoma City.
185 years after it was founded, a town in the Midwest is going away. Lawmakers in Iowa have voted to dissolve the Marion County town of Swan, home to 70 people. Mayor Stacey Harding gets it.
When you think about what it takes to run a local government, you have almost as much paperwork for a town of 10,000 as you do for a town of 68.
Markets close this Good Friday. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03 over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
And we're enjoying a really good day out there today. This Friday light, we're looking at just one spot that has a little bit of red on the map, and that's northbound 405, right in the heart of the Renton S-curves from about the Maple Valley Highway on-ramp to the SR 900 on-ramp there as you work your way up past Sunset and the Landing. All in all, 20 minutes from Renton to Bellevue is a really good travel time. And behind that, the Valley Freeway is super quiet. Whatever we had in Sumner is gone, and so we're back under 40 minutes, probably closer to 35 from Puyallup into Renton. So that's great. Tacoma and Pierce County, Thurston County, they're all quiet. You're going to be going freeway speed the whole way, 35 minutes or less from Olympia to Tacoma. Federal Way to Seattle, still running at 35 minutes. That's just a great travel time. That's one of those days you get out there and you kind of sit in the middle lane, hopefully the right lane, not the left lane. Just going nice and easy at the speed limit, relaxing. It's a good day. Coming down from the north end, same deal. 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Not a lot of company out there today. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. A now former wrestling coach at an Auburn middle school is behind bars, arrested on suspicion of sex crimes involving a 14-year-old victim.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
Auburn police tell me this suspect worked at Olympic Middle School in Auburn as a wrestling coach only, not a teacher. I just got off the phone with Auburn PD spokesperson Colby Crossley.
The case was first brought to our attention Friday, April 4th. Our detectives obviously quickly jumped at this. This is something we do not take lightly ever. And after a prompt and thorough investigation, detectives are able to build a case which led to this suspect's arrest.
School officials sent a notice to families saying as of yesterday, the 64-year-old suspect who lives in Burien is no longer employed at Olympic Middle. He's being held on suspicion of committing 3 felony sex crimes, including possessing depictions of minors and communicating with a minor for sex.
Especially sex crimes against children is something we don't take lightly, and it's something that we try to figure out as quickly as possible because we don't want this person to continue to get hurt.
Olympic Middle School also told parents yesterday to call Auburn detectives if they have any information that might help their investigation. You know, there's always a concern in cases like this, Charlie and Manda, there could be other victims who have not yet come forward.
Okay, well, thanks for the update, Luke. It's 7:05 now. Visa cancellations continue to hit University of Washington students without warning. KIRO 7 reports at least 23 international students have had their visas now unexpectedly canceled. The Trump administration's sudden revocations caught both students and university officials by surprise. UW is offering legal and mental health support to impacted students. Thousands of international students remain enrolled at the university.
The U.S. Supreme Court says it will hear arguments over President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. Loyola law professor Lori Levinson.
The Supreme Court wants to resolve this so you don't have continuing cases in courts throughout the land, because that is what's likely to happen if the court doesn't finally decide it.
Washington Attorney General Nick Brown introduced the original lawsuit challenging the president's order, which remains on hold. The High Court is scheduled to hear oral arguments in the case May 15th.
Meantime, in Pierce County, a fight's brewing over immigration enforcement. Sheriff Keith Swank tells KTTH's Jason Rance he's opposed to reaffirming the county's sanctuary status.
If they didn't get a hold of me, I'm going to reach out to ICE
and the Washington, D.C., the Trump administration, Department of Justice, and I'm going to tell them what's going on here and ask them for a hand.
Swank may also join a controversial federal immigration enforcement program. The county council is expected to vote soon on the sanctuary resolution.
It's now 7:07.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
How does it feel this morning, Manda?
Really good.
It does.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's a good Friday.
It is a good Friday, and Easter weekend is upon us. Where are we standing on deviled eggs? Because I'm really looking forward to them this weekend. Are we all pro deviled egg in this room?
Yes.
Yes. In fact, my wife is doing something this year, which is called deviled egg flights, where you make a standard deviled egg. You make the standard sort of hard-boiled egg, and then you have different fillings and toppings that you can hand pipe into them. One of them is like sour cream and onion filling. You put little sour cream and onion chips on top. Another one is
have bacon?
bagel and lox that, so you put everything with the bagel seasoning, some smoked salmon. I'm not sure of all of them, but I'm very excited.
This is how I know my wife loves me, because she finds deviled eggs revolting.
But she makes them anyway?
She makes them anyway. We have the Easter eggs. The kids have dyed up, and she makes them for me, and that's just...
Do you eat the eggs when the dye gets through? And the actual...
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, even if they're a little warm, I don't mind. They've been out.
Okay, you just crossed a line.
Egg salad is great.
Cold.
From warm eggs.
Oh.
To each their own.
I digress.
Coming up on this hour of the show, we have our weekly chat with News Nation host Leland Vittert. He has been diagnosed with autism from an early age, and he weighs in on Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr.'s comments about children with autism.
Also coming up, the Rick Riz Show, another nail-biter for the Mariners yesterday, and another heroic day for Cal Raleigh.
Last-minute tax proposals from Democrats in Olympia are too risky. That's according to Democratic Governor Bob Ferguson. He calls their $12 billion plan unsustainable as the state faces a rash of federal spending cuts. More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get without saying the word. But this is a great indication that, well, we may be head for that special session if we can't get the governor and the Democrats to agree.
The current legislative session ends in 9 days, and the state still needs to find a way to fill a projected $16 billion budget cap, according to Democrats.
The state Senate approved a bill aimed at boosting local police forces. Murrow News says the bill provides grants for hiring officers and funding community safety programs. There is a catch. Local governments could introduce a small sales tax to help pay for it. The governor says he'll veto any budget that doesn't fully fund the police grants. Lawmakers have just days again to finalize the details.
If you run a restaurant, winery, even a spa that serves wine, your liquor fees could soon jump. Washington State Senate approved a 50% increase yesterday. Supporters say fees haven't gone up since the 1980s, but opponents worry it'll hurt struggling businesses. The vote passed by just one vote, 25-24, making it the closest decision this session. The House now has just over a week to act.
And get ready to raise your glass outside the beer garden fences. Washington lawmakers did approve that bill letting cities loosen alcohol rules at public events. The idea is to make events feel more like European street festivals. Seattle pushed for this change ahead of hosting the 2026 World Cup. The rules would stay flexible through 2027 if signed by the governor.
It's 7:10. Seattle police arrested a knife-wielding man on Alki Beach. They say was harassing 3 teenage girls. We check in with KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock. Police say the 3 girls were walking near the beach when the man approached, made sexual threats, and talked about the devil. Here's Detective Eric Munoz with the Seattle Police Department.
Obviously, these were 3 young teenage girls. This man was armed with a knife. He was saying very disturbing, very heinous things, and that's just not okay.
Police say the 30-year-old suspect was arrested with a large fixed-blade knife. He's expected to be charged with malicious harassment. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A group of Gig Harbor parents is considering suing the Peninsula School District after the principal at their children's elementary school was moved to a different school. The district says the reassignment plan for next year is standard practice and brings fresh perspectives and new opportunities to schools. Minter Elementary PTO President Jessica Gamble calls the plan bad for families and students who have bonded with their principals.
Schools are not businesses. They are communities, and they need leaders who know their staff, know their families in order to handle the problems that come up.
There's no word when families could file a lawsuit. You can read more about this at mynorthwest.com.
It's 7:12. Let's get a check on weather brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We are looking for sunny skies today. Fantastic afternoon on tap. We're headed for a high of 72 in Seattle, maybe even mid-70s in the South Sound. Then the clouds roll in overnight. Tomorrow it looks to be cloudy, mid-50s on Easter Sunday as well. A chance of sprinkles mainly in the afternoon, so the morning Easter egg hunt should be okay. Right now in Seattle, we have clear skies. It's 45 at 7:12.
And we head for the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Still pretty quiet, Chris?
Oh, yeah, it's really quiet out there, Amanda. We have a fast Friday light, call it what you will, nice and easy. The Renton S-curves are cruising at this point. We are looking at just some brake lights there from 167 to 169, so just that first little spot. And then after that, not too bad. 20 minutes to go from Renton on up to Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway still looking really good, under 40 minutes, probably closer to 38 to go the whole way. We have started to pick up a little bit of slowing in Auburn, a little bit at the north end. The Olympia to Tacoma Drive, nice and quiet, 35 minutes there, and then you really won't touch the brakes until you're almost all the way up to the West Seattle Bridge. 38 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle. The Lake Bridges are still doing okay, though. Eastbound 520 is starting to get a little sun glare action as you work your way to Montlake, and then after that, it's not too bad. Coming down from the north end, yeah, you might want to plan on 40 minutes. I'm adding a couple extra minutes there just because we have started to see just a little bit of slowing at the merge points there with Mount Lake Terrace on 5 and Canyon Park on 405. The 18 over Tiger Mountain is still nice and easy, though at the very far north end through the construction zone, we are definitely seeing just a little bit of braking. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. For fresh food, that is, comes from local farms. Check for the packaging. Healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s. You should choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs. Locally fresh since 1909.
7:14, let's get a check at the news desk with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard.
Police are investigating a shooting in South Seattle. Officers responded to gunfire reports around 10:30 last night. They found 31 shell casings and damage from bullets to several cars and townhomes. A 21-year-old man showed up to Harborview on his own with a gunshot wound to his leg. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. Another measles warning in our state. Public Health Seattle and King County says a visitor from Canada potentially exposed people while traveling through SeaTac. The Canadian resident was at the airport while infectious on Sunday night, April 6th, and Monday morning, April 7th. The person also stayed the night at the Comfort Suites next to the Family Fun Center in Tukwila. This is the 5th confirmed case of measles in our state so far this year.
Thanks, Katrina. Is coming up on 7:15.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, there's new research that suggests autism rates are increasing among U.S. children. And Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is calling it an epidemic.
Doctors and therapists in the past were not stupid. They weren't missing all these cases. The epidemic is real.
We're joined now by News Nation's Leland Vittert, the host of On Balance, which airs at 6 p.m. weeknights, a cable news anchor. But also, as you learned last week here on Seattle's Morning News, Leland was diagnosed with autism at a very young age. I wanted to talk to you, Leland, about this because given your own experience with an autism diagnosis, how do you navigate conversations like this?
I do know that when in America we have gone from 1 in 1,000 kids being diagnosed with this condition to 1 in 36, we should all want to know why. And I understand this argument, but we don't want to stigmatize autism. We should celebrate people who are living with it. We should help people who are living with it. It is, I've had people say, well, it's your superpower or whatever. Okay. 2 things can be true at once. 1, we should do everything to help people who are living with autism, whether it be severe autism or other forms on the spectrum, and give them the help they need. On the other hand, we should acknowledge it would be great if this wasn't an issue anymore. And I think that people say, well, we shouldn't stigmatize it. Well, I would love for my child to not have to worry about having autism. There is a genetic component. It's obviously something I've thought about. If we can understand environmental factors that make it more likely to occur or more severe occurrence of it and prevent that, why wouldn't we do that? And why wouldn't we be beating down the door to do it? And I just noticed in the scientific community, there's this enormous interest in telling Americans what it's not. It can't be the vaccine. Okay, well then what is it? Oh, we don't know. And we're not going to, we shouldn't worry about what it is. We should just worry about treating it. It's like if people were being born without arms or people were being born, when cancer rates explode, we don't need to figure out why it's happening. Let's just focus on treating it. No, we need to do both.
You've been very open about your diagnosis at a young age. It was not even called autism then. You're out with a new book called Born Lucky, which we've talked about briefly. But just share your experience. It's called Born Lucky, I'm assuming, because you were lucky to have a dad who really helped you and let you explore the world and find your spot.
Well, I think a few things there. One, born very lucky, and you'll read in the book the story of why I was lucky to be alive at birth, thanks actually to my mother, not to my father, and our decision she made, and a really remarkable story there. So I hope you all read the book. It's bornluckybook.com to pre-order. The arc of the story is a father who said, I'm not going to let my son be defined by a diagnosis. And he didn't tell anyone. He didn't tell his brother. He didn't tell me. He didn't tell teachers, nobody. And it was a different time back then. But he said, the world is not going to adapt to my son, especially not as he gets older. I'm going to try my best to adapt my son to the world. And this story gives hope to every parent whose kid gets a diagnosis and they feel helpless and they feel hopeless, that there is hope, that with hard work, unyielding love, and really high standards, that there is hope that no kid has to be defined by this diagnosis or the limitations that exist.
Leland, what's cool about you is that we can have these open and honest conversations. These are questions I think a lot of people want to ask, but it's uncomfortable. And you being open about that is just, it's sensational. I appreciate that you're willing to do that.
Well, Charlie, thank you for the support. And look, I'm so lucky in so many ways, and to have a platform to be able to talk about this and to be able to champion parents and empower them to know that they can make a real difference. My father made a real difference. And this book isn't about me. It's about giving hope to so many parents who need it. There's a lot of parenting books by parents. There's not a lot written by kids. So this is a different journey.
Okay. That book is coming out in September, right?
Coming out in September. You can pre-order it now. Please do, to help us spread the word. It's bornluckybook.com.
Leland Vittert, cable news anchor every night on News Nation, joining us here on Seattle's Morning News. Leland, we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, sir.
It's 7:20. Amanda, I'm noticing in this version of the story, the Marshawn Lynch quote isn't included. So,
let me go find it.
Okay, so I'll start reading it, and then I'm going to have you read the quote, because it's important to hear it read by you.
Of course.
Seattle Seawolves are getting a little more star power in their ownership group. Former Seahawks star Marshawn Lynch and former Husky Marcus Peters are joining the rugby organization as investors. Lynch already has a stake in the Kraken and also the Oakland Roots Soccer Club. Peters played cornerback for the University of Washington from 2011 to 2014 before he played in the NFL. And this is what Marshawn Lynch had to say.
This move isn't just business. It's about building something with substance and purpose. The Seawolves are creating something dope in the PNW, and I'm here for it.
Thank you, Marshawn. 7:21 now on Seattle's Morning News. That was really good, Mandy.
I'm working on my impression of Marshawn Lynch, beast mode.
It's like he's in the room with us right now. Seahawks have 4 quarterbacks and may still add another one. Seattle Sports reports Drew Lock is, of course, back in Seattle on a 2-year contract. He's going to compete with Sam Howell to back up Sam Darnold.
really excited to have, all four of those guys, but, in particular to have Sam Howell and Drew kind of competing for that second spot's a pretty good deal for us.
That's Seahawks GM John Schneider on the John Schneider Show on 710 Seattle Sports. He says all four QBs bring mobility and experience. He also says Locke is loved in this building. Called it a great situation.
On to baseball. Late-game heroics gave the Mariners another series win. Down 2 runs in the ninth against the Reds, the Big Dumper started the comeback with his 6th home run in 6 games.
Cal Raleigh way back into the bleachers in right.
And the Mariners would tie it up with the very next batter, Randy Arozarena.
For Randy, his 4th home run of the season, Cal number 8. And how about that for a quick comeback here in the top half of the 9th?
Into extra innings, final score, Mariners 11, Reds 7. Seattle improves to 10-9, now heads to Toronto for a weekend series against the Blue Jays.
So many home runs for Cal Raleigh. He is using that torpedo bat. He's hit 6 home runs since he picked up the Birch torpedo bat last week, but he only uses it from the left side.
It doesn't feel any different in my hand. It honestly feels pretty similar to the bat that I've been swinging.
Tells Seattle Sports he uses a shorter, heavier bat from the right side, not the torpedo model. He has the 2nd most home runs in Major League Baseball right now.
Don't care what bat he uses, just keep hitting home runs.
I agree.
Okay.
It's 7:23. Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And he's also really good at throwing runners out.
There's
See that seed he threw yesterday was ridiculous.
and the hit that was up the first baseline that he tosses to
he just
Les
flipped it
as
forward.
well.
Oh,
yeah, gosh, he's so good.
So amazing at catcher. So glad we locked him up. Looking at the drive right now, just a couple of spots that have some brake lights. The S-curves have started to heat up just a little bit now, up to about 30th. So you're going to hit them basically right there at 167. We got about 26 minutes now to make that drive. Once you're past 30th, it's a pretty clean drive the rest of the way to Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, just to pad into your schedule, maybe a couple extra minutes. Total of 40 probably to go from Puyallup to Renton. Still a really good drive, but we've added a few more customers here and there. Northbound 5, Olympia to Tacoma, quiet is an understatement. All green there on the map, and Tacoma itself has got no issues. And then Federal Way to Seattle is running under 40 minutes, probably closer to 38, maybe 37, depending on how.
Some scattered showers, a high on Easter of 55.
Coming up, more of your top local headlines and the Rick Riz Show. We talk about that big matchup against the Reds and a preview of what's ahead with the Blue Jays. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
Hey there, Dawn Riding with Olympic Hot Tub. Swimming your way to a healthier you is now easier and more affordable than ever with an Endless Pool Swim Spa. During our spring savings event, save up to $9,000 on an Endless Pools package and get a free gift bundle including a Bluetooth sound system worth up to $3,200. Don't miss out. Ends April 13th. More at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. Is leaking in rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch.
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
The Mariners have a great slate of special events and marquee matchups all season long. Bring mom to the ballpark for Mother's Day weekend, May 9th to 11th, including a clear purse giveaway Sunday the 11th, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Then don't miss a star-studded showdown against the Yankees May 12th to 14th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:30 on this Friday. Bullets ripped through cars and townhomes after a suspect opened fire in a South Seattle neighborhood last night.
One victim is in the hospital, and KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with details.
Police say they found 31 shell casings at this scene. 5 of those bullets hit 2 different homes and 3 cars. It happened in a neighborhood about a block away from MLK and Columbian Way around 10:30 last night. As officers were investigating that scene, however, a victim who was shot in the leg walked into Harborview Medical Center. Police say the 20-year-old passed out at the scene and a friend drove him to the hospital. He was last listed in stable condition, according to police. So far, no arrests.
Thank you, Luke. It's 7:31. A lawsuit introduced by Washington's Attorney General makes its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. The justices say they will hear arguments over Nick Brown's lawsuit that challenges President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship. Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson.
So far, every court that has decided this issue has relied on the 14th Amendment to say that the executive order by President Trump saying that there's no birthright citizenship is wrong.
A federal judge in Seattle has blocked the president's order, and it remains on hold. The high court will take up the case May 15th.
A massive new tax proposal from Democrats is running into resistance from their own governor. Governor Bob Ferguson says raising $12 billion in taxes is not sustainable. He blames economic uncertainty and federal funding cuts by the Trump administration. Democrats wanted the taxes to fix a budget gap, but Ferguson says the plan needs major changes. The session ends April 27th, leaving lawmakers little time to rework that package.
State Senate just passed an across-the-board 50% hike in every type of liquor license in the state. KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich says there are more than 40 of them.
The passage was the closest vote so far in this legislative session, 25 to 24. 5 Senate Democrats joining all Republicans voting against Senate Bill 5786 that affects every brewery, winery, bar, nightclub, grocery store, even day spas that serve alcohol. Supporters say some fees haven't seen an increase in 40 years. $18 million could be raised over the next 2 years. Opponents say this will hurt already cash-strapped small business still recovering from pandemic closures. The bill now heads to the House, where it'll need to move quickly if Democrats want to use it to plug the state's budget hole before the session ends on April 27th. Matt Markovich, KIRO News Radio.
A 24-year-old woman, a 19-year-old man, and a juvenile now face hate crime charges. We get details from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Prosecutors allege it was back in February when the suspects harassed and fired a water pellet gun at patrons of the Pony Bar on Capitol Hill. Police say the three circled the bar in a car at least 10 times and yelled anti-gay, anti-transgender slurs. Here's Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office.
What prosecutors thought was that this criminal action was motivated by the perceived sexual orientation of the victims. When you do that, under the law, it's considered a hate crime.
The adults pleaded not guilty. The juvenile will be in court next week. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
It's 7:33. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And usually when it's Friday light, from about 7:30 on, there are 2 corridors that don't get the memo or just forget what they're supposed to do. And one of them's northbound 405 and the other one's northbound I-5. And it makes sense. Heading into Seattle, heading into Bellevue. You get it. But we're getting closer to about 30 minutes now from Renton to Bellevue. It's about 27 at this particular moment. You hit the brakes right there before the Maple Valley Highway, and you're on them now up to about 44th before breaking free. Plus, we're seeing a little bit in the south Bellevue area. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, it's not too bad. We're running right around 40 minutes now. We have significant brake lights now right at 180th as you work your way past the Valley Med Center into downtown. And northbound I-5 is backed up at the north end of Boeing Field past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown. You're going to have about 25 minutes out of South Center, and that puts us at 40 all the way from Federal Way. Olympia to Tacoma is only 35 minutes. The Lake Bridges are still fine, and we're under 40 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast on this Friday, sunshine, 71 for today. We'll cool off quite a bit tomorrow, cloudy, no major rain in the forecast, 58, should be dry. And then Sunday, Easter Sunday, look for some showers by afternoon, only 55 on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, sunny at 43.
Fly ball deep to left field, and this one is goodbye baseball, and the Mariners win it.
The Rick Riz Show.
A swing and a miss, came back with a splitter for strike 3.
The legendary Mariners broadcaster joins Seattle's Morning News every Friday to talk about the biggest stories with the Mariners.
It is grand salami time, a walk-off grand slam.
Talk about an exciting team. Another day, another series win for the Mariners. We have now won their 3rd straight series. Yesterday was a nail-biter over the Reds. Here to break it down is Rick Riz. Good morning, Rick. What a game yesterday.
That was fun.
Oh, Charlie, Manda, David, it was a lot of fun. Mariners had the lead, then the Reds had the lead. It was tied. And then the Mariners came back late in the ballgame, extra innings. They tied it in the 9th, back-to-back home runs by Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena. And then 4 runs in the 10th inning. Great win for the ball club yesterday in Cincinnati, 11-7. So they win another series. My goodness, they're on a nice roll, winning 5 of the last 6 games, including the sweep of Texas at home. And now they get ready to take on the Blue Jays here in Toronto. But it was a fun win yesterday.
And they are now 10-9. This is the first time they've been over 500 since opening day. Just give us an idea. What is the biggest improvement you've seen in the team?
Well, I think the starting rotation is starting to settle down a little bit. A couple of guys got off to a little bit of a rocky start. We were so spoiled by these guys last year. They were so good the entire season. You know, once Brian Wu came off the IL last year, they made every start, every 5 days. Each guy, took the ball, and they gave the Mariners a chance to win. That fifth spot was unsettled this year. Emerson Hancock was the key to the win yesterday. He started his first game, the fifth game of the year, and could not get out of the first inning, if you recall, at home against the Detroit Tigers, and was sent down right away to the minor leagues, down to Tacoma, where he made 2 starts. But he came back yesterday and pitched very, very well. Gave up a couple of runs in the bottom of the first inning, but he didn't get unraveled. He went 5 innings. He went 4 scoreless after that and gave the Mariners a chance to win the ball game. And the offense has gotten off to a slow start. But now certain guys are starting to hit the ball. Jorge Polanco has been the best hitter on this ball club. Eventually, Julio is going to get going, and when he does, he's going to carry the ball club. Randy Arozarena has come up with some huge base hits, and now we're seeing J.P. Crawford getting some clutch base hits, down in the bottom of the order, getting on base like crazy, drawing a lot of walks. His on-base percentage is, one of the best on the team. But now we're starting to see the offense come alive and score some runs. Munoz has been great saving games. He has 7 saves. There's been a lot of movement in the bullpen. So right now, Dan Wilson has done a really good job of juggling the roster the last, since opening day. And, with the injuries to Robles and Bliss, that really hurt the ball club. But now guys are starting to settle in. Dylan Moore's done a great job at third, at second, in the outfield. And so it's just a lot of juggling around where the team is getting settled right now, and they're playing some great baseball.
Yeah, Rick, you mentioned a lot of the offense kind of now on the uptick. I found it really interesting in these last 3 series, not facing any terrible pitchers necessarily. Certainly Cincinnati has some really, really good pitchers. I was really impressed by how the offense was able to produce runs. Early in the season, it felt like they were loading up the bases and then really struggling to get guys in. What has been super key for them being able to capitalize on those opportunities now?
Yeah, I think they're just listening to Edgar Martinez, and Kevin Seitzer and Bobby Magallanes, the new hitting coaches, trying not to do too much with 2 strikes, put the ball in play, cut down on the strikeouts. What we're seeing is a couple of factors. They're putting the ball in play. They're taking their walks. They're number 1 in the league in walks, which means they're leaving it up to the guy behind them. And guys like Randy Arozarena coming up with huge base hits. Cal Raleigh has hit home runs in 5 of his last 6 games. And they're also, once they get on base, they're sneaky. They steal a lot of bases. They're number 1 in stolen bases in the American League. They were number 1 with 29 steals going into the game yesterday and a few big stolen bases yesterday. So what we're seeing is, guys really coming around and doing what they're capable of doing. Dylan Moore had an incredible series, in Cincinnati. First game had 3 hits, 2 home runs, and 4 runs batted in. As we mentioned, Cal hitting the ball out of the ballpark, and Polanco's been, so consistent. Miles Mastroboni has really stepped in and played very well with Brian Bliss on the injured list. So each and every guy down through the lineup is really helping out. That's how you make up, for a loss of a Victor Robles or Ryan Bliss. It can't come from just 1 or 2 guys. It's got to come from the entire ball club, and I think that's what we're seeing right now. Ben Williamson comes up from the minor leagues. He makes his major league debut on Jackie Robinson Day, in Cincinnati. First time up, he gets a line drive single into left field. So that was fun to see, and a lot of good things are happening with this ball club right now. They're playing as well as anybody over the last couple of weeks.
And, Rick, we're looking forward to the series against the Blue Jays. That's coming up on 710 Seattle Sports. Rick, always great talking to you.
Yeah, nice talking to you guys, too, Amanda and Charlie and David. Look for a good ball game tonight, opening game of the series with the Blue Jays. They're playing well. Brian Wu is going to get the start tonight against Bowden Francis. So tune in for all the play-by-play. We'll be with you right here on the radio.
Keep the wins coming. Thanks, Rick.
7:40 now on KIRO Newsradio. Let's check in with Sully. What's coming up?
We're going to take a look at the slowing we have on this Fresh Friday, or Fast Friday, I should say. It's heading right through 405, so we'll break it down for you next.
Treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. A grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet with a teriyaki glaze, served with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw for $15.99. And don't forget Ivar's Fish Sandwich, named the best fish sandwich in America by Eat This, Not That. Only $13.99. Available in all Ivar's Seafood Bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's Fish Bars nor the Salmon House, Pier 54 or Mukilteo Landing. Find out more at ivers.com.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom.
But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy-policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafi, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 12 months with no interest and no payments, or get 40% off qualifying installs. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
7:43 over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
And we are enjoying a pretty good day out there. The couple of spots have started to add some congestion. Like if you're going through the Renton S curves, it's going to be pretty heavy there from the Maple Valley Highway up to about 30th. About a half an hour drive now from Renton up into Bellevue. There is some spillover onto the Valley Freeway, so it is 20 minutes out of Auburn and about 40 from the Puyallup area. We have picked up the westbound slowing on 512 as well that you normally see at this time of day getting over from about Highway 7 over past Steel Street over to I-5 in Lakewood. But Olympia to Tacoma is only 35 minutes. Another slow day over the top of Tiger Mountain through the new construction configuration over at I-90, so it's going to look relatively normal, not Friday light. Northbound I-5 from Federal Way to Seattle's running about 40 minutes, with 25 of those minutes from South Center. Maybe a little bit more now as there's a little bit more packed-in brake lights as you get past Boeing Field on up into downtown. Coming down from the north end, we're still under 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. There is some slowing on westbound 2 across the Trestle and 204 right there as you try to get to the east end of the Trestle. The Lake Bridges are still enjoying a very good drive today, and 16 just has a little bit of slowing eastbound right there by Cheney Stadium. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
It is a beautiful morning. The sunshine. It's a little bit chilly, though. We're starting the day at 43 right now. Warming up to 71 today. Tomorrow looks like the clouds are going to roll in, but the rain should hold off until the Easter Sunday afternoon. Just scattered showers at a high of 55.
It's 7:45. We head over to the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
A former Sumner High School basketball coach will spend 40 years behind bars. Jacob Jackson was sentenced yesterday for sexually abusing several players. KIRO 7 TV was in court where victims and their family shared emotional testimony about years of suffering.
My innocence, my sense of security, and my ability to simply exist as a teenager without fear or shame.
Jackson was convicted earlier this year on 19 charges, including child rape. Lime says it's adding foot patrols in Seattle to help with misplaced electronic scooters and bikes. The teams will wear bright green vests. They'll be out and about during peak hours. The company says ridership is up 113% year over year. This makes Seattle one of the top Lime cities worldwide. The company says in March, over 115,000 riders took more than 500,000 trips.
All right, Katrina, thank you. And coming up, G. Scott stops by the show. Manda, you're going to have to say the name of this restaurant. Okay. I cannot say the name of this restaurant that he is going to be talking about.
Because?
I might get in trouble.
Okay.
I might get in trouble with, like, a lot of people, maybe half our audience, if I say it.
I'm intrigued. I have no idea what you're talking about. But G's going to let us know?
He will let us know. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1 million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out.
Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
And joining us now from the G and Ursula Show, which you can hear from 9 to noon right here on KIRO Newsradio, and the host of the Reset podcast on mynorthwest.com. G. Scott. Good morning, G.
Good morning.
Dig in the retro Mariners garb.
You know, I was leaving out of Starbucks this morning, and my man in the truck said, "Go M's." I said, "Go M's."
Nice.
Come on now.
It's an exciting team.
It is an exciting team. Excellent.
Oh, my goodness. Busted on out there.
Whoa.
Excuse me?
Excellent.
I was going to say something that rhymes with egg putt.
Look, the thing is, so I've been coming here doing the show, and now Manda Factor's here, and I was trying to like, okay, I want to make sure Manda Factor, she's been in this game a long time, so I got to make sure I move and groove. You know what I come to figure out?
You just moved and grooved.
Manda's all right with me. So Manda, Charlie, everybody, this is what's going on. Egg Slut is a renowned restaurant chain dedicated to egg-based dishes and is set to open in Seattle's Capitol Hill at Melrose Market. The new location is going to replace the closed homegrown sandwiches at 1531 Melrose Avenue. There's a construction permit for the space. Right now, it's currently in progress. Right now, there's no recent knowings about when it's going to open, other than coming soon.
Why do you know of this place?
Because your boy has been there a bunch of times, and there was something about it. When I was in Vegas and I saw it, I said, "Ooh, them eggs look runny." So I went in there and had me some eggs. Look, here's my thing. So David Burbank's like, "Gee, why do you want to talk about that?" Why? Because I think it is wonderful that you're going to have a new dining option centered around breakfast in Capitol Hill. Families now will get to go enjoy over there in Capitol Hill, so it is great. So here's my question for all of you that's listening right now, if you guys go first.
Well, here's my question for you, just real quick, and more of an observation for Manda. Manda needs to know this about you, G. Sometimes you walk into this studio and you are, not figuratively, you are the Tasmanian devil. You are just
What
walking
an
in.
accurate description.
You're going to say something that winds us all up. And thank
spewing
you.
words
You've done
like
it
that.
today.
Thank you.
But have you guys noticed? I'm getting more comfortable because, I was like, man, I don't know. I don't want to upset Manda. You know what I mean?
Tough as nails.
But now I know Manda. She's cool.
I did a little homework.
You
Give me a
did?
breakfast sandwich. They look delicious.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not going to say the name, but.
Okay. So, since I've been talking about Egg Slut, so I have a question for all of you. We're going to go around the horn. Here we go.
Okay.
If you had to choose, would you prefer a savory or sweet breakfast for the rest of your life?
Savory.
Savory. Easy.
Savory. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Before you
Sorry.
go, David,
Yeah.
I know where you're going with this. It is savory for me, but I'd argue that when you're younger, it's sweet all day long.
Always. All I wanted when I was younger was French toast, waffles, and I'll still mess with those, but in my old age of 29, my stomach can't take it for the rest of the day. I need some protein in there. I need a little bit of calcium and stuff. I can't have the sweets.
Man, my stomach be gang banging. You know what I'm saying? My stomach be gang banging from time to time.
Can you say that and the restaurant's name all in one segment?
I don't know.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
I don't know. So, anyways, back to the savory comment. Go ahead, Amanda. You're savory?
No. I'm savory. I'm going to say I might do sweet today because you brought in one of your wife's lovely loaf cakes that I must try. Thank you. That was very kind of you.
You got it. All right. What was the name of that biscuit place that used to be?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to say that?
It rhymes with itch.
Am I not allowed to say that, Charlie?
It's 7:53. We head over
Save
to
it
the
for your
Beacon
show.
Plumbing
Bye.
Traffic Desk.
Happy
With Chris
Friday.
Sullivan. Thank you, G. Scott.
And I have my first ever bald eagle slowdown.
Bald eagle slowdown.
Bald eagle slowdown.
We're going everywhere this morning.
Yeah, there was a bald eagle just camped out in the right lane on eastbound 512.
On the road? Not in a tree?
No, just sitting there on the road like it was just hanging out, and it wasn't moving. It didn't look like there was any prey next to it. Maybe I couldn't tell, but the State Patrol just moved it out of the way. This is right at the Puyallup River, right in downtown Puyallup.
Oh, my goodness.
I just put some pictures up on the KIRO Traffic X feed. But yeah, it was just weird. I'm like, why is it slowing down? I'm looking for cars, and then there's this bald eagle just sitting in the right lane. It's out of the way, but that's why you're backed up down the South Hill. I hope it's not injured, but yeah, it's a couple of mile backup. State Patrol is with it now, so hopefully it's okay. The rest of the map, Puyallup to Renton running 40 minutes, Renton to Bellevue about a half an hour, 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, and coming down from the north end, we're still under 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, so that's pretty good. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farm Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s. Choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs at Costco, locally fresh since 1909.
Our forecast, a beautiful sunny day. We're warming up to 71 for today. Clouds roll in tomorrow for your Saturday, a high of 58. We'll cool off to 55 for Easter Sunday. Should be dry in the morning. Maybe see some showers in the afternoon on Sunday. Right now, sunny and 43 in Seattle.
You know, whenever G. Scott drops by the studio,
Tasmanian Devil just nails it.
my concern is he doesn't think I'm hip to the skip, and I am. I'm truly hip to the skip.
Anyone who says hip to the skip is not hip to the skip.
Speaking of hip, Consumer Man Herb Weisbaum drops by the show at 8:35 this morning. He's talking about banks and overdraft fees. That's on the way. Very hip, very skip, Seattle's Morning News.
Treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. A grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet with a teriyaki glaze, served with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw for $15.99. And don't forget Ivar's fish sandwich, named the best fish sandwich in America by Eat This, Not That. Only $13.99. Available in all Ivar's Seafood Bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's Fish Bars nor the Salmon House, Pier 54 or Mukilteo Landing. Find out more at ivers.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. Greg, people often think about the financial obligations when they owe money to the IRS and it's crushing them, but it's also crushing their spirit.
You know, it does. And folks, look, I know when you are in a place where you're owing money or you know you haven't filed, it starts building that emotional pressure on you.
And I imagine for a lot of folks, the fear of getting called at work or having other people find out about what they owe is just adding to the stress.
Everything, I think, adds to the stress. And I just want everyone to know, too, that we're non-judgmental. And the most difficult thing you might have is picking up that phone and calling for someone to help you.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer. And they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Peter King. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen is trying to help an improperly deported migrant back to the U.S. from El Salvador. The latest ruling from an appeals court says the Trump administration needs to get it done.
We need to make sure that the court system works and due process works, because if you take it away for any individual, it's a very short road to taking it away for every American.
Van Hollen met with Kilmar Abrego Garcia after being turned away from the prison where he's being held. Garcia has no criminal record, but was caught up in the ICE roundups of criminal and alleged criminal migrants. The White House has a different take. Here's correspondent Scott McFarland.
The White House called Senator Van Hollen's visit truly disgusting, saying Chris Van Hollen has firmly established Democrats are the party whose top priority is the welfare of an illegal alien MS-13 terrorist.
There are no classes at Florida State University today. There will be a vigil tonight in honor of the 2 people killed and 6 wounded in yesterday's mass shooting there. 2 of those 6 are expected to be released from the hospital today. For FSU student Stephanie Horowitz, it was a case of deja vu. She survived the Parkland High School shootings and tells CBS Mornings what she saw yesterday in Tallahassee.
You looked out into that room and you knew there was an emergency. There was not anything there, no movement, dead silence, and laptops open, bags on the floor, I knew what that meant.
The accused gunman is the stepson of a deputy sheriff. Police shot and wounded him, and he remains hospitalized. Vice President Vance is in Rome to talk with Italy's leader.
We have a couple of important issues to discuss today. I want to update the Prime Minister on some of the negotiations between Russia, Ukraine, and also some of the things that have happened. Even in the past 24 hours, we think we have some interesting things to report on, of course, in private.
Vance also plans to visit the Vatican and speak with one of the Pope's closest advisors. As for the Pope, well, he's been out in public this week and may be again for Easter Sunday. CBS's Chris Livesay has more from Rome.
It's a busy day for the Catholic Church, topped off with the Via Crucis, a candlelight service at the Colosseum commemorating Christ's crucifixion. Pope Francis is not expected to attend. He's still recovering from double pneumonia. The pontiff was released from the hospital just 3 weeks ago, and doctors told him to avoid mingling with the public. However, he's made a string of surprise appearances, including at a Rome prison yesterday. He's not officially scheduled to appear on Easter Sunday, but Vatican watchers have come to expect surprises. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Rome.
On this Good Friday, the markets are closed. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Okay, it's 8:03. If you've been watching the video feed of the show, you've seen Sully showing this picture around the studio.
That's
and
amazing.
It has to do with traffic. So at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Yeah, it was a bald eagle just hanging out in the right lane of eastbound 512 right by the Puyallup River in downtown Puyallup. It was just sitting there. It didn't look like it had any prey with it, or I couldn't tell if it was hurt. It was just hanging out. State trooper got up there, and I'm not sure. I didn't see the trooper grab it or if it just moved away on its own. But either way, it's out of the way.
Quite a sight.
But yeah, it was just my first ever eagle choke point, bald eagle choke point. But we had it, and that's why you're still slow down the South Hill. And it actually did cause about a 2-mile backup because obviously no one wanted to run over an American bald eagle. That would be wrong. Or any bird anyway, but especially not a bald eagle. Once you get through that, it's a pretty good drive the rest of the way up to the Valley Freeway, up to Renton, under 40 minutes. Now, we do have a car in the ditch right by the transfer center at the Kent Des Moines, well, just north of the Kent Des Moines Road, right around 188th. It's on the ramp and on the right-hand side of the road. There's a ton of response there. And so that's why we're running a little bit behind just right there at the area. Overall, 40 minutes Federal Way to Seattle. Coming down from the north end, under 40 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, and the lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by the Harnish Auto family. For over 40 years, the Harnish Auto family has built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. For your next car, you can find it at theharnishautofamily.com. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
8:04 on Seattle's Morning News. Welcome to the show. It is Good Friday. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor.
A now former wrestling coach at an Auburn middle school is behind bars, arrested on suspicion of sex crimes involving a 14-year-old victim.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is following the story and joins us live. Luke?
Auburn police tell me this suspect worked at Olympic Middle School, employed as a wrestling coach, not a teacher. KIRO 7 TV is reporting the 64-year-old allegedly messaged the 14-year-old on his team and convinced her to send nude images and videos. The victim eventually told a teacher about those conversations, and that teacher reported it up the chain. Here's Auburn PD spokesperson Colby Crossley.
The case was first brought to our attention Friday, April 4th. Our detectives obviously quickly jumped at this. This is something we do not take lightly ever. And after a prompt and thorough investigation, detectives are able to build a case which led to this suspect's arrest.
School officials sent a notice to families saying as of yesterday, the suspect, who lives in Burien, was no longer employed at Olympic Middle. He's being held on suspicion of committing 3 felony sex crimes. Olympic Middle School also told parents to call Auburn detectives if they have any more information that might help them in this investigation.
Luke, thank you. A former Sumner High School basketball coach will spend 40 years behind bars. Jacob Jackson was sentenced yesterday for sexually abusing several players. Victims and their families shared emotional testimony about years of suffering.
My innocence, my sense of security,
and my ability to simply exist as a teenager without fear or shame.
Jackson was convicted earlier this year on 19 charges, including child rape. According to KIRO 7, the judge called Jackson's apology in court insincere, saying he appeared sorry only for being caught.
Seattle police arrested a knife-wielding man on Alki Beach, and they say he was harassing 3 teenage girls. We get more on this from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock. Police say the 3 girls were walking near the beach when the man approached, made sexual threats, and talked about the devil. Here's Detective Eric Munoz with the Seattle Police Department.
Obviously, these were 3 young teenage girls. This man was armed with a knife. He was saying very disturbing, very heinous things, and that's just not okay.
Police say the 30-year-old suspect was arrested with a large fixed-blade knife. He's expected to be charged with malicious harassment. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A man, a woman, and a juvenile now face a hate crime charge. Prosecutors say they harassed, yelled anti-gay, anti-transgender slurs, and shot patrons with a paintball gun outside the Pony Bar on Cap Hill back in February. Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office says the county is now 1 charge shy of the total number of hate crimes charged all of last year.
It sure feels like people in general think that they can get away with hate crimes against people because of their sexual orientation or perceived gender. The message the prosecutors and police want to send is that you can't. And if you do that, you're going to get charged with a hate crime.
The adults pleaded not guilty in court yesterday. The juvenile will be in court next week.
It's now 8:08.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
Well, we've made it to the end of the week. It's the last hour of the show on Seattle's Morning News.
Good Friday.
Good Friday.
Happy one to everyone who celebrates.
Indeed, and a great Easter is on the way, and maybe not weather-wise, but...
it's not going to be bad.
Yeah,
a few
it'll
showers
be
in the
fine.
afternoon, we can handle it.
Yeah. The egg hunt should be okay for the morning. So coming up on this hour of the show is a busy one. A legislative update from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich. Butting heads between Democratic lawmakers and Governor Bob Ferguson with the newest tax proposals in Olympia. Matt has some context for us.
And consumer man Herb Weisbaum will explain the big victories for credit card companies and the banking industry this week.
And KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden drops by the studio live to tell us about all the best events happening around the Sound this weekend.
It's 8:09. A Washington state challenge to President Trump's order ending birthright citizenship is headed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Here's KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
Washington led other states in filing suit to stop President Trump's order that would end the practice of granting babies born in the U.S. automatic citizenship regardless of their parents' status, as noted in the 14th Amendment. Attorney General Nick Brown.
If we want to make that policy change, then we should have a debate and not simply have a purported king signing executive orders.
A federal judge in Seattle and others have blocked Trump's executive order from taking effect. The U.S. Supreme Court will hear arguments on the matter May 15th. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
In Pierce County, Sheriff Keith Swank says he'll fight the county council's plan to reaffirm sanctuary status. He tells KTTH's Jason Ranch show he wasn't consulted.
Well, they're going to pass a resolution that doubles down on Keep Washington Working, which I believe is unconstitutional.
Sheriff says he'll reach out directly to ICE and the Trump administration for help. Swank says he might even join a federal program allowing deputies to enforce federal immigration laws. The council's resolution could be finalized soon.
More international students at UW had their visas suddenly revoked. KIRO 7 TV says at least 23 students are now affected. The Trump administration has canceled hundreds of visas nationwide, causing fear on campuses. UW officials weren't warned beforehand, and they're scrambling now to help the students impacted. They urge students facing issues to contact International Student Services right away.
State Supreme Court says voters cannot rewrite homeless policy for cities. In a 6-2 decision yesterday, the justices blocked a voter initiative in Spokane. It would have established stricter rules for encampments that go beyond current city laws. The court ruled the initiative was an overstep of voter authority.
The notorious Seattle graffiti tagger known as Eager is cleaning up his own damage. Como reports Casey Kane has tagged thousands of properties, causing hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage. Kane says he didn't realize how harmful tagging was until recently. He's now teamed up with another former tagger to launch a graffiti removal business called The Buff Man. The pair hopes to help the city find better solutions to manage graffiti.
I already made the joke earlier, so I won't
Don't do
say
it again.
that was my
And no, that's
nickname.
never been your nickname.
No, well, maybe. I call myself that sometimes when I get hip to the skip. Late game heroics gave the Mariners another series win yesterday. Down 2 runs in the ninth against the Reds, the big dumper started the comeback with his 6th home run in 6 games.
Cal Raleigh way back into the bleachers in right.
The M's would tie it up with the very next batter, Randy Arozarena.
For Randy, his 4th home run of the season, Cal number 8. And how about that for a quick comeback here in the top half of the 9th?
Mariners won it in extra innings. Final score 11-7. Seattle is now above 500, 10-9, and they're headed to Toronto for a weekend series against the Blue Jays.
And Mr. Raleigh is on a home run tear, and he's giving credit to the new torpedo bat. Raleigh has hit 6 homers in less than a week. He's now 2nd in Major League Baseball with 8 total. Raleigh is a switch hitter, and he's only using it from the left side.
I use it left-handed. I tried it a little bit right-handed. I don't know if I like it as much on the right side just because I like it a little more top-heavy and it's a little more balanced, so we'll see.
Raleigh tells Seattle Sports from the right side he'll still swing a regular bat.
Okay, and we have our clearest picture yet on when the NBA will consider bringing back the Sonics. Commissioner Adam Silver says expansion talks will begin this summer with Seattle and Las Vegas as the league's top destinations.
I look at the success of those markets for other major league teams now, so it's easy to present a scenario where you can see it working successfully for the league.
Silver was speaking to the Pat McAfee show on ESPN. It was 17 years ago this July that the Sonics left Seattle.
17 years.
We do not mention Oklahoma City on this show.
No, I won't.
Okay.
It's 8:13. I will mention it's time to talk about the weather, and it's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. It is a gorgeous Friday. Sunshine today, warming up to about 71. Tomorrow, look for the clouds to build. No rain in the forecast really for tomorrow. We'll see some showers by Easter Sunday afternoon, and only 55, but rebounding on Monday, back to more sunshine. Right now, it's 43 in Seattle.
At 8:13, we head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk and Chris Sullivan.
And we got a pretty significant light show and distraction on northbound I-5 as you make your way up past 188th into SeaTac. A car looked like it missed the corner, swerved to do something. Either way, it ended up in the right-hand ditch, upside down, right along the freeway, basically right there by the dump, the transfer center. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's right there, but the good news is it's not impacting the freeway itself. It's really more of a ramp. It's right there where the ramp comes on from 188th. But trust me, there are a lot of fire trucks there. There are a lot of tow trucks trying to work with this. So the good news is it's really not impacting the travel time. We're still running 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, even though there are brake lights there. The Renton to Bellevue is back under a half an hour. That's great. The Puyallup to Renton Drive is back under 40, and the backup from the Bald Eagle issue we had earlier on eastbound 512 right at the Puyallup River is out of the way. If you missed the report, it was just a Bald Eagle hanging out in the right-hand lane. One of our texters let me know, is like, sometimes after a big meal, eagles actually can't fly. Like, well, yeah, but I wouldn't camp in the right lane,
right in the lane,
in the middle of the freeway. But I get your point. Maybe he was just hungry and he was having a food coma. Happens to us on Thanksgiving, right? Coming down from the north end, we're still looking great. Under 40 minutes, 35 really from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And now we head to the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
A federal judge in Tacoma ordered the government to reinstate a University of Washington student's legal status, blocking ICE officials from arresting or deporting him until May 1st. According to the Seattle Times, the student is one of at least 4 international students in Washington who are challenging termination of their legal records here in the U.S. The UW student is just 8 months from earning his doctorate. A new study from LendingTree found Washington households spend more than $10,000 a year on average on groceries. Washington is the 6th most expensive state in the country. The study used data from the Department of Agriculture and U.S. Census Bureau. And speaking of food, drive-through pizza, anyone?
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
Well, a 2-year-old pizza food truck business that travels across Pierce County each week announced it's opening its first brick-and-mortar store location. Just Pizza on My Mind will be on 28th Avenue Court in Milton, where Gravity Coffee used to be. Melissa Rance, who runs the business with her husband, told the News Tribune they hope to open sometime in May.
Everybody just started dancing, and it was on camera, and I don't want anybody to, share that online because...
Too late.
Okay.
Once it's out there, it's out there.
Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:16.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Good morning. It's Friday. It's 8:16. Our legislative update now is sponsored by WaFd Bank.
Just 9 days left in the current legislative session. There is debate underway between Democratic and Republican lawmakers on how to best come up with ways to what Democrats say is a $16 billion shortfall, and it's just become a lot more difficult now. KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich joins us. Governor, he pretty much made it clear, Matt, that he is not a backer of these tax increases.
Yeah, especially the one that was announced this week. Good morning, Charlie and Amanda. Yeah, Democrats announced a $12 billion tax package this week. Those are his fellow Democrats. Remember, we have a Democratic governor here. So he, yesterday, in a proactive move, he basically hinted that he would veto those taxes should they be part of any tax plan to balance the state budget. He sent out the statement just before he met with Democratic leaders in the House and the Senate, and that's where he told them personally about those feelings. And he didn't mince words in his statement. It was packed with warnings about the looming federal cuts and economic uncertainty from the federal government, and Ferguson made it clear that the $12 billion plan of new taxes was just too high. He said basically a third of the money the state gets comes from the federal government every year. That's $28 billion. And because of the uncertainty, the tax plan is just, and these are his words, too risky and unsustainable. And the state already knows that it's been cut. Let me back up here. The state already knows that the feds have cut $160 million so far that we're going to the state this year. So here's something interesting, though. He made that statement around 4 o'clock yesterday. 3 hours later, I checked the agenda for today's executive session in the Senate Ways and Means Committee. That's where all these bills are going to be voted on today. And they updated the agenda with a lot of changes. And so it starts at 9 o'clock this morning. So it's going to be really interesting. All those taxes he objected to are going to be talked about this morning.
Is the governor offering any alternatives?
No, not so far. Nothing new, I should say, in the statement. But he has said he would accept a mix of new taxes if there was budget cuts that came along with them. He did not outline what he disliked or liked of any of the new taxes that he just talked about or tried to throw out. He was really specific. He was just very general. He's already said no to a $4 billion wealth tax and taxes. But he did not say he would object to increasing the capital gains tax on the sale of stocks and investments. And a quick comment on this, and here's something put in perspective. Jeff Bezos, now he officially moved from Seattle to Florida. After he did so, he sold billions of dollars in Amazon stock. Now, the Center Square did an analysis of that and said that if he still lived in Seattle when he sold that stock under the capital gains tax, the state would have got $1.2 billion. That's the same amount of money the governor says they would save if they furloughed all the state workers for 13 days next year. So that just shows you the impact of one guy on the capital gains tax and how it affects our budget.
And Matt, I'm hoping you could give us some analysis and maybe some context for this. We spoke earlier in the show with Republican strategist Randy Pepple. He said a couple things. First of all, about the governor himself, he says this is in a way a triangulation style of politics in which he can portray himself as more of a moderate, as kind of a bulwark against his party's more liberal members. He appears as moderate to many when he comes out against these tax proposals. Randy also said that the state does not necessarily have as high as that $16 billion shortfall. So I'm wondering if you could speak to both of those items.
Well, that's been very clear from the start. The Democrats and the governor, through his own budget office, has come up with that $16 billion number. Now, the Republicans, using numbers that come from a nonpartisan staff, say the budget deficit's roughly around $7 billion. So there's a big difference there. And so the makeup of how to fill up that budget gap is very different, depending on which side of the aisle you're on. So the governor is still saying $16 billion, but now he's saying there's there's so much uncertainty about money that we rely on from the federal government. We can't have new taxes and have new spending in a time where we need to do budget cuts and maybe some new taxes, but the federal government is the wild card here.
Matt, one of the new ideas to raise more money we've been talking about is to hike the license fees that deal with serving alcohol. Would that really do much?
Not really, Amanda. It's scheduled to raise about $18 million. In the big picture of things, that's not that much. But it's just kind of indicative of what the state is doing. So what happened yesterday is the Senate passed Senate Bill 5786, which is a 50% hike across the board of more than 40 liquor-related fees and license fees that every company that deals with selling alcohol or serving alcohol must pay. That's a lot that affects a lot of people. Breweries, wineries, nightclubs, grocery stores, hotels, even day spas. If they hand you a glass of wine while you're getting a facial, and yes, there's a permit for that, you're going to be paying more. So it's part of this big package of increasing fees, like the Discover Pass fee, increasing hunting and license fees. All these little things that you and I pay for on kind of a nickel and dime basis, they're all going up as one way to help facilitate the get rid of this deficit. But it's, like I said, it's nickel and dime. These big tax items, that's what the governor's talking about, and that's what he's nixing.
Matt, we have about 30 seconds left, so make us all smarter as we head into the office today. What are the things we should be watching for with the state legislature in these remaining 9 days? What's coming up this weekend, and what are you watching for?
Well, I'm going to be watching what happens today and whether or not the Senate Ways and Means Committee passes all these bills that yesterday the governor said, nope, it's not going to happen. I don't want those big taxes on my watch. So they really have to retool. And I'm talking within 9 days, they have to do something by next Sunday to pass all these taxes and a new budget, maybe. If not, the governor then has 20 days to think about it and then possibly call a special session to bring them back to the table and start arguing about taxes and budgets again.
We will rely on you to keep us posted. Thank you very, very much, Matt. KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
And Manda, it is 8:23. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
And it is a pretty good Friday light there across the board. There are only a few things in our way. The good news is for the northbound I-5 drive right at 188 there as you get past the transfer station, the dump, the car, all the fire trucks are out of the way. The car's still in the ditch there they're dealing with. It's right on the ramp from 188 to northbound I-5. The tow's still trying to pull this thing out of the bushes, but the good news is most of the fire trucks and the ambulances, everything like that's left. So there's less of a distraction. Really not much of a backup around it anyway. Looking at 40 minutes to go from Federal Way to Seattle. Even the Renton S-curves have decided it's good enough to bring back the travel time to about 25 to 20 minutes actually. So that's good. The Valley Freeway is quiet, 35 minutes from end to end. Olympia to Tacoma has no issues there. The lake bridges are also in very good shape, both of them in both directions. And coming down from the north end, just some slight hesitation right by the golf course as you work your way south of the Edmonds exit on I-5 and kind of through Canyon Park. But 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, that is a fabulous time at this time of day, even for a Friday light. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Starting to warm up a little bit. Sunshine, we're headed for a high of 71 for today. Tomorrow, cloudy skies and 58. Showers return to the forecast, but not until Easter Sunday afternoon, and cooling off to about 55. Back to mostly sunny skies on Monday. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 47.
Bank overdraft fees and how much people might have to start paying. We'll speak with consumer man Herb Weisbaum about a recent decision from a federal judge. This is Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFed has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFed Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFed accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafedbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFed Bank, member FDIC.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey there, Dawn Riding with Olympic Hot Tub. Swimming your way to a healthier you is now easier and more affordable than ever with an Endless Pool Swim Spa. During our spring savings event, save up to $9,000 on an Endless Pools package and get a free gift bundle including a Bluetooth sound system worth up to $3,200. Don't miss out. Ends April 13th. More at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
8:30 Friday morning. Thanks for joining us today. Bullets ripped through cars and townhomes after a suspect opened fire in a South Seattle neighborhood last night.
One person is in the hospital, and KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with details.
Yeah, police say they found 31 shell casings at this scene. 5 of those bullets hit 2 different homes and 3 hit cars. It happened in a neighborhood about a block away from MLK and Columbian Way around 10:30 last night. As officers were investigating that scene, a victim who was shot in the leg walked into Harborview Medical Center. Police say the 20-year-old passed out at the scene and a friend drove him to the hospital. He was last listed in stable condition, according to police. So far, there have been no arrests.
Thank you, Luke. A Washington state challenge to President Trump's order ending birthright citizenship is now headed to the U.S. Supreme Court. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch explains.
Washington led other states in filing suit to stop President Trump's order that would end the practice of granting babies born in the U.S. automatic citizenship regardless of their parents' status, as noted in the 14th Amendment. Attorney General Nick Brown.
If we want to make that policy change, then we should have a debate and not simply have a purported king signing executive orders.
A federal judge in Seattle and others have blocked Trump's executive order from taking effect. The U.S. Supreme Court will hear arguments on the matter May 15th. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Former Sumner High School basketball coach sentenced to 40 years in prison yesterday for sexually abusing players. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson was in court.
There isn't a day I wake up that I'm not faced with the adversity and challenges that this abuse has caused.
One player standing for 7 of his teammates, all victims of their coach, Jacob Jackson's abuse.
Instead of excitement for the future, I felt fear. Instead of trusting in people, I questioned their intentions. Instead of feeling free to be myself, I wrestled with the weight of what had happened to me.
A jury found those players were subjected to sexual text messages, conversations, and rape, much of it happening at Jackson's home in Lake Tapps.
At 8:32, your long wait for Sound Transit merch is over.
I was waiting?
Yes, of course. I mean, who doesn't want to wear Sound Transit merch? You can buy hats, shirts, water bottles, even pet collars, Sully. Pet collars featuring buses, trains, even maps of the light rail lines. This sounds perfect for you.
It's incredible. I have been clamoring for years to get Sound Transit gear.
Yeah.
I like the tote bag. Did you see the polka dot tote bag? That's cool.
It's not. Those are signs of the different lines. They're not really polka dots.
Well, they look like polka dots.
I don't know.
Okay. Like dots.
The question is, when I asked, when I saw this yesterday, I immediately went to Sound Transit. And I was like, is this a joke? What do we need? Are you guys so out of money that you need to raise it by selling hats with a 2-line logo on the front?
I started thinking about this, and they do it in New York and Chicago and other big cities.
Well, they do. But the thing is, the answer and the official answer is no. This is not a revenue generator. They will make that, and there is no physical store. It's only online only. So I think they'll probably make the merchandise as people order it because you don't want to waste a lot of money on overhead. But according to Sound Transit, it's because of the ongoing incredible demand from transit riders that they want merch.
Well,
I'm like,
Sully, they celebrate the transit system in New York. They celebrate the transit system in Chicago. Why shouldn't they celebrate it here?
Too.
Because it hasn't gotten across the lake. Get across the lake and then maybe have a shirt that says, we did something for the first time in human history. We put a moving train on a floating bridge.
Way to rain on the parade.
I know. It's just silly to me. But
I might get the dog collar since I spend a ton of money on my dog.
Yeah, it doesn't
Why not just buy a new Mariners one? I'm not really sure you need a link. However, the Link Light Rail pants, the shorts that they show, I think they look really good
I
on
heard
someone.
you across the newsrooms saying those look like boxer shorts.
They do. They they're drawstrings. And before you order the merch, by the way, I believe we put a story up this at mynorthwest.com. There's a link if you're interested.
Can't you support your community?
Yeah, I can't. I hate. I'm a hater. You might want to wait till they get the sizes right because those shorts, an XL for a man is for a 16-inch waist. I think they need to work on their sizes. Anyway.
We'll work on it. Sully.
Sorry, I'm stealing Herb's time.
You are. Herb is just standing by. He is not happy. But we also have to do traffic at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Yeah, that's my credit card fee my traffic fee for you, Herb. We're doing really well. I'll make it really quick. Just a little bit of action past the Kent Des Moines Road. We had an earlier crash there. Under 40 Federal Way to Seattle. Under 40 Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is only 25. And we're under 40 out of the north end. So we're doing well. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know.
And our forecast, beautiful Friday. Sunshine, 71 for today. Clouds roll in tomorrow, cooling off to about 58. Only 55 Easter Sunday with some showers expected by Sunday afternoon.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO Newsradio.
Two major victories for the banking industry in recent weeks as new federal rules that would have limited overdraft fees and limited credit card late payment fees have been scrapped by Congress and a federal judge.
Consumerman Herb Weisbaum, a contributing editor at checkbook.org, is with us to explain what happened and how you can avoid these fees. So, Herb, let's start with the credit card late payment fee. This was killed by a federal court judge in Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. And the judge ruled that the rule was illegally prohibited credit card companies from charging reasonable and proportional fees, so he killed it. The lawsuit had been filed by business and banking groups. And also, the interesting part about this one is that under the Trump administration, the CFPB not only decided not to fight for its own rule, but it joined the coalition of businesses that had requested the rule being scrapped. I've never seen anything like that before. So the agency that made the rule went along with the plaintiffs who were challenging the rule and said to the judge, yeah, throw the rule out.
Okay, well, how do we avoid these late payment fees now on credit card bills, aside from, paying it on time?
Well, that's the whole goal. And the tip is if you need to set up some kind of alert system to make sure you pay on time, if you can't pay the entire balance in full, at least make sure you make the minimum payment on time. If you make the minimum on time, then there will be no late fee because you indeed did get a payment in. And if you're not sure about your credit card, maybe it's time for a new one. There are a number of cards, and I listed it in my checkbook story, that don't charge late payment fees anymore, such as the Pedal 2 Visa card, Apple Card, Citi Simplicity card, and the Wells Fargo Attune card.
All right, Herb, the other rule that was killed, this was done by Congress, would have limited overdraft fees to $5. What happened with this?
Well, what happened was that Congress used its power to overturn agency rules. It is now in front of the White House, still waiting for the president to sign this, which we're pretty sure he will do because he wants to get rid of regulations. And again, the banking groups had claimed that this was above the legal authority of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, also claiming the rule would force banks to stop offering this kind of protection. And so we have ourselves in a situation where this was thrown out, and pretty darn sure that the Trump administration is going to get rid of it.
And banks are making a ton of bank on overdraft fees, aren't they?
Good line, Charlie. Yes, it was estimated by the CFPB that if the rule took effect in October, it would save U.S. consumers $5 billion a year, or the average household that incurs overdraft fees $255 a year. So, yes, some serious money being made here by the banks.
Herb, in that checkbook article, you shared some tips on how to make sure you don't overdraw your checking account and be dinged for it. So let's take a look at that list. Number 1, decline optional overdraft protection.
Right, which is something the banks push when you sign up for your credit card. If you decline this protection and make a debit card purchase or ATM transaction that would put your account in the red, it is declined. The transaction won't go through, but you won't be charged a fee. So that's something you need to think about. And if you're not sure what your account is set up to, find out and ask the bank the simple question: what happens if I make a transaction that would overdraw? Do I pay a fee or is it decline? That's the way to know what you have on your account.
You can also set up account alerts.
Great idea. Get notified via text or email when your balance drops below a certain level. It's free. You set the level. And this is especially important if you sign up for automatic payments that may debit your account. You forget that they're going to come out. This will let you know what's going on.
Where can we find out more, Herb?
You just go to checkbook.org and can read all about it.
Herb Weisbaum, Consumerman. Thank you, Herb. Have a great weekend.
You too, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, Chris, what's your traffic hotspot?
It is now the northbound I-5 drive getting up past the Kent-Des Moines Road. We'll talk about it coming up next.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, ReviBe,
menshealth.com.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. A million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and save.
Dayandnight.net.
Save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night.
Dayandnight.net.
It's 8:43. Over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now with Sully.
And we are enjoying a very good Friday light, or a fast Friday, whatever you would like to call it today. Even the brake lights we have up past the Kent Des Moines Road, which I think are just a little bit of the leftovers from what we had up by 188. I mean, we're running under 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. That is a great drive. The heaviest part of it is right there past the West Seattle Bridge. The other spot that's really heavy today is eastbound 18. I think that's going to be with us as we have the new lane configuration up by the I-90 corridor in Snoqualmie. So it's slow from the summit all the way over. Valley Freeway, 35 minutes. Rented to Bellevue's back down to about 22. So we're pretty good there, though there is some weaving and merging slowing right at I-90. Speaking of 90, the Lake Bridges are in great shape, both 90 and 520. Coming down from the north end, we have some brake lights now right by the UW Bothell campus, kind of by 195th and Beardsley, that off-ramp there. Give yourself 40 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, about 35 from Everett to Seattle. A little bit of braking in South Tacoma, but really not too bad. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast beautiful for your Good Friday. Mostly sunny, 71. Tomorrow will cool way off to about 58 and stay cloudy. Should be dry tomorrow. And then some showers roll in by Easter Sunday. In the afternoon, mainly 55 on Sunday. We'll dry out again and see more sunshine on Monday. It's sunny and 47 in Seattle right now.
At 8:44, we head over to the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
In Olympia, a rally is planned at the Capitol today over House Bill 1217. It addresses Washington rent prices. The bill would block increases of more than 7% for residential renters, and protesters say they want it to stay that way, adding almost half of Washington renters saw their rent increase by $100 a month last year. Right now, the bill is in the hands of the House. The rally starts at noon. Lime says it's adding foot patrols in Seattle to help with misplaced electric scooters and bikes. KIRO 7 TV reports the teams will wear bright green vests. They'll be out and about during peak hours. The company says ridership is up 113% year over year. This makes Seattle one of the top Lime cities worldwide. The company says in March, over 115,000 riders took more than 500,000 trips.
And Katrina, it's Easter weekend, and I am insisting, I demand that on Sunday you take some pictures of the kids because we want to see their Easter outfits.
You got it.
Okay.
Done and done.
1 and 2 years old, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Can't wait to see.
Got your hands full, Mama.
I do.
All right. Coming up, we have Paul Holden stopping by the studio with the best events happening around town this weekend. That's next on Seattle's Morning News.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
8:48, we are in the final moments of the Good Friday edition of Seattle's Morning News. And on Fridays, appropriately, a lot of people will eat fish on Fridays during Lent. And you've got the Fish Sticks shirt on. Paul Holden is here.
That's amazing.
Yes. I'm sure that was intentional.
100% intentional. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking about there.
No, it wasn't.
No, not at all. But this actually, my dad sent me this randomly, and I've gotten a lot of compliments on this. I've actually never seen these guys play.
The Fish Sticks are great. So
yeah. One of the great things, one of the cool things that you got to go see. And there's lots more to see. Let's hit the music.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
I'm so excited people can watch us on the live stream because they can see my really great dance moves for the Friday song.
And your T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly. And my T-shirt. I appreciate that. Well, I know where Tommy would be this weekend if he was in town. He would be heading to the Seattle Convention Center for SakuraCon because it's an anime convention.
Oh, you better believe he'd be there.
And it's 3 days of all, if you love anime, you love manga, if you love any of that stuff, they will be taking over downtown Seattle this weekend. The big theme of this convention is always the costumes and the cosplay. So if you're into that, you're into those dressing up and enjoying those shows and all that art, you're going to want to head to the Seattle Convention Center this weekend. I love going to the conventions downtown. They're always a good time. But did you know Earth Day is coming up? In addition to Easter, of course, is the big holiday coming up, but Easter coming up on this Sunday, and then Earth Day coming up on the 22nd. And the national parks are getting into the spirit of things by kicking off National Parks Week, and that means Saturday. And I hear the forecast is supposed to be better on Saturday than Sunday. Free entrance to the national parks. It's a free entrance to the National Parks Day. You can check it out there. And so that means Olympic, Mount Rainier, and all the other national parks. But always the main advice I give, and I'm sure as you all have gone to the parks, check the websites ahead of time. Make sure and especially on a free weekend, you're going to want to plan ahead, especially if the sun is shining. Do you guys have a favorite national or state park that you go to, or just favorite spot you like to go outside?
Be outside, period.
Enjoy it.
Crater Lake.
Crater Lake.
It is incredible.
Really nice.
Went there last summer. Loved it.
I think the only times I've been close to Crater Lake have been when snow was still way too high. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to see. But yeah, that's right there. There's a lot of sports still going on, but I wanted to go in a little different direction. We've talked a lot about the pro sports, but it's a big soccer weekend here. Both the Reign and Sounders are playing. The Reign play tonight. The Sounders play tomorrow. UW's in town, and I heard that UW just recently, the Huskies are playing baseball, and they just did renovations at their baseball stadium. So if you want to go check that out, they're playing Illinois this weekend. But did you know we have professional rugby here in Seattle, the Seattle Seawolves as well? They are taking on the Chicago Hounds tonight in Tukwila. There's also we got the Silvertips. So I know the Kraken didn't quite pan out this year, but we got the Silvertips going on in Portland as well. But we got the another cool thing. I heard a lot about this in Chicago, but did you know you can also do the architecture tour here? So you can learn about the what I liked this buzzword that they had, urban design practices. That they said. And these are guided in. And honestly, I hear a lot of good things about these types of tours. You learn a lot. So if you want to see Seattle from a different light, that's the way to go. And I wanted to give a shout out to a listener here. They sent me the Washington Motorcycle Road Racing Association is celebrating 51 years of racing in Washington State with a free event this weekend. So there's going to be free racing at the Ridge Motorsports Park on Saturday and Sunday. There's going to have, what's cool is vintage bikes and new ones. Plus you get to be, if you're a pro, you get to see the pros. But if you just want to see something new and try it, you can go do this. Sully, would you go ride some motorcycles? Would you be?
I would pay to see that.
Yeah, I've never done it. No, I'm too much of a baby. I think I'm scared of falling over.
I've always been excited by the idea of hitting the open road on a motorcycle, going
easy
down
rider Paul.
Exactly, letting the hair flow. But it's like, honestly, I'm like, I think I'm going to just stick with the scooter instead. That's I think more my speed. There's also a big bike swap going down at the Tacoma Community College on Saturday as well. There's also, so if you need a new bike, getting ready for the summer, that's going on. But we got more details and lots more stuff available for you on mynorthwest.com for you to check out there.
Okay, Paul, thank you, and enjoy the fish sticks shirt for sure. Sully, do you like fish sticks?
I'm not going to answer that, Kanye West.
Remember that song?
No,
Fish Sticks?
Yeah, we'll get there in a minute.
Recess Monkeys?
Yes, I do like fish sticks. By the way...
Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And by the way, my boy Tommy will not be able to make it to the Anime Fest this weekend. But if you guys are looking for something fun to do in the middle of way north central Montana, Tommy will be in Havre today for the rodeo. They're representing the Montana State boys and girls. By the way, there's a barrel racer from Tommy's high school, Archbishop Murphy High School, Reagan Mathis, who's participating. She's doing really well as a freshman on the rodeo team. I love it when local kids do well. But yeah, he's up at Havre.
Okay.
Most people would say Havre or Favre, but no, it's Havre according to the locals. But anyway, it's way up there, so hopefully he drives safely. Looking at the roads right now, we have, I went way random on that. I know. Because I know I just could have kept going. I know everybody needs our Tommy Sullivan updates. But yeah, because the roads are quiet. I mean, we look really good. Federal Way to Seattle back under 40 minutes, just some brake lights north of the West Seattle Bridge. I mean, really at I-90, that's about about it. Renton to Bellevue, just a little kernel there right by the Maple Valley Highway. Give yourself about 20 minutes for Renton to Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is quiet, 35 minutes there. Have some brake lights getting through the Bothell area out of Canyon Park on 405, but 38 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, 35 Everett to Seattle. The lake bridges are great. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton. The National Red Tag Sale event is going on now through April 20th. Visit a D.R. Horton community today or drhorton.com. America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Sunshine for today. We're going to warm up to the low 70s, clouding up tomorrow, 58, and then the showers arrive, but not until the afternoon hours on your Easter Sunday, and 55. Sunny and 47 right now.
Well, it is Easter weekend. I hope you have a lovely one, Manda, with the family.
Thank
a nice, refreshing, renewing weekend for sure.
You too.
And thank you for listening to Seattle's Morning News. The G and Ursula show is coming up next, and we will be following them as they talk about the Pierce County Sheriff looking to take immigration control into his own hands. Stand by for that. That'll be after CBS News and local headlines from Heather Bosch. It's 8:55 on KIRO Newsradio.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Swim your way to a healthier you with an endless pool swim spa from Olympic Hot Tub. During our spring savings event, save up to $9,000 on an endless pools package, free Bluetooth music, and more. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers.